All right, good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for
Recording in progress.
to be part of this meeting. I want to, of course, begin by thanking the CEO of the NRF for hosting us, firstly, but also for allowing us to finally honor your invite to come and see iThemba Labs and to see the work that you're doing here. Of course, our walkabout was quite short, and we would have loved to see more. But I think as Parliament, it's the right start. We can't take it all. We must leave something for the 7th administration, which is in a couple of weeks, in fact. So thank you very much for that, and to the colleagues who conducted that walkabout. I then want to just indicate to colleagues that we will be considering the legacy report of the Portfolio Committee in relation to its portfolio on science and innovation. So we all know that the ministry has two departments, the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and the Department of Department of Higher Education and Training, and the Department of Science and Innovation. So today we're considering the legacy report of the Committee for Science and Innovation. I want to already state that just from the reflections one has made in going through the draft report, that it doesn't really, for me, speak to what I think we would want to share or leave to be the legacy, right? So we find the structure and framework that is used to be very technical, very administrative, which says what the committee did, but not necessarily speaks to the impact that the work of the committee has had. And that is where we would like the support of yourselves as the department, DG Mdracha, and the support of the CEOs and chairs of the different entities within the National System of Innovation of South Africa. So we are going to present the report to yourselves. We have tried to tweak it, as I've tried to in the presentation, tweak it as much as I can to move it in the direction that we would like it to look like, but it's not the framework that Parliament is using. I think part of our recommendation should be that Parliament needs to review the framework that it uses for the legacy report, because I don't understand why we want to keep track of how many times we met, but not the impact of that work, right? And so I think your support for us to attach an addendum that gives that will be us pushing Parliament towards the right direction for it to actually do meaningful oversight and to meaningfully hold government to account. So we are asking for your help as entities for us to steer this very important element of the accountability ecosystem in the right direction. So yes, we will present it to yourselves with the framework, but slightly different. Some of you may already have the draft report, some of you may not. And if you don't, Shanaz, please just forward it to colleagues and the presentation as well, so that they can just use it whilst I go through it. So yes, I want to acknowledge the DG Mdracha. And then I know the Deputy Minister, Puti Manamela, the Honorable, is on his way. We do have an apology from the Minister. Correctioners. He's in cabinet, if I'm not mistaken. It's on Wednesday. And then we also have an apology from Honorable King and an apology from Honorable Ngobo. Otherwise, we are here. I'm not here alone. I'm here with the whip to the committee, Honorable Jane Mananiso, from the African National Congress on my far right in the blue, and with Honorable Sibia Tutu from the ANC, Honorable Chirwa from the EFF, Honorable Chachao from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Yabo from the African National Congress, and Honorable Itie from the African National Congress. And then we don't have apologies from the other colleagues, right? So there was a post the other day about absenteeism in Parliament, and it's a real thing, you know. We always harbor on the executive not accounting on their whereabouts, but we also equally need to hold ourselves to account as members of Parliament, non-executive members of Parliament. But nonetheless, this is the delegation that is with us, which is over half, almost the majority of the committee. So the committee is well represented. It's great to be here in your warm hands, CEO. Shame, you know, you always complain about not having budget, needing more money, but you're always ready to support in whatever way in which you can. And of course, I acknowledge the presence of many CEOs and chairs that are here. Thank you so much to yourselves as well for always being available. You know, we don't have to kick and scream when it comes to science and innovation. When we ask for your presence, you come. So we really appreciate that. Over to you, CEO Nolamondo, to welcome us officially to the NRF. iThemba Labs of the NRF.
Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me acknowledge the DM in his absence. I know he's on the way, as the PPC Chair has already indicated. Let me also acknowledge, I think it's that time of my assessment, so maybe let me start with the NRF board members who are here. So let me acknowledge NRF board members, but also acknowledge all the board chairs of all the DSI entities that are represented here and the board members. I've seen a few of you. Let me also acknowledge the CEOs of science councils represented here, as well as other executives. I would like to acknowledge the Managing Director of iThemba, NRF iThemba Labs, Professor Victor Chivase, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and that includes all of you. It is my distinct pleasure to stand here to extend a hearty welcome to the Portfolio Committee here at the NRF iThemba Labs. We are pleased in that, as the Portfolio Committee, you have done a number of oversights to our facilities over the years, but it was not because things were not going well, which we really appreciate when you have a number of oversized visits because things are going well. With that said, it should be befitting and something that we really acknowledge and appreciate that this committee felt that it would be appropriate to have this launch of the legacy report in one of our facilities. So on behalf of the NRF, on behalf of the DSI, we are really appreciative of that, and we are quite excited. Very briefly, what you have seen today, although you... They will sort it out. Thank you so much. They will sort it out. We always say there's a black temperature and a white temperature, so it depends on where. What you have seen today, which is the 70 MeV cyclotron, as portfolio committee members, let me just tell you two quick things about it. The first one is that is the largest cyclotron in the southern hemisphere. That is the largest cyclotron that you have on the southern hemisphere, but it's also the largest on the African continent. So we are pleased that you've actually seen where some of the investments have gone through and what they've done, not only for the science system, but also for the general publics that we serve. I'm not going to use this occasion to give you a full sense of what this does. I am of the view that you will have learned through the walk through what some of the benefits of these cyclotrons are. But a few that are worth highlighting is that we want to use this cyclotron to increase the beam time that's available for research in South Africa. And that will actually assist South Africa in developing new research fields and applications that include, among others, research into new and innovative solutions for cancer treatment and early diagnosis, something that we're already doing. Furthermore, it will allow us to research into the subatomic physics and also other components such as, for example, radiation hardness testing for space science in South Africa. We have the CEO of SANSA here, and they're already using this very same facility for some of the work that we have. And many other applications in the nanoscience and other emerging technologies come in very handy. And there are things that when you look into the benefits of this facility that you have seen, I think one can only be stopped by the imagination in terms of what one can do. We also aim to double the number of postgraduate students that are supported in the areas that relate to nuclear science, and also increase the radioisotope supplies for both the local and international markets. Something that, again, is something that's very good because it allows foreign investment to then flow into South Africa when we are selling isotopes to all the countries. As we have said, honorable members, we sell isotopes from this very facility to many countries, Russia, India, USA, Canada, the list goes on. And that's where we actually supply isotopes from our facility here. We are very much excited, and we do believe that as you hand over to the next administration, probably the next committee will also be as excited as this committee has been in advancing and helping us and being an ambassador for science and ensuring that we can find better ways of investing more in science. Because the science that we are doing here is not just the science, but it's a science that makes impact, the science that changes the lives of people literally. As we're walking, I said to you, Honorable Chair, about even the feeling of the hospital feeling in the passage, because this was a hospital that was here before. And the sense is that, again, that is also symbolic in terms of creating a facility that directly improves the quality of lives of people, especially in the space of cancer, where close to 20% of death that are sort of taking place now are cancer related. And we know that by 2030, according to the World Health Organization, the leading cause of death in Africa will be cancer. And we have this facility that is there to assist in solving real problems, selling isotopes, and delivering them to the hospitals. So with this, Chair, I thank you, and I want to say, everyone, please feel welcome. I am going to call my colleague, Philip Hughes, who will just give a safety briefing. And from that moment, everybody should feel very welcome. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning. It's me again. In the event of a fire alarm, please follow the emergency exits. They are located at the back of the auditorium to the lawn outside, where you will await further instruction from our evacuation marshals. If you do feel unwell during the course of today, please make it known to one of the iThemba Labs members of staff or reception. We do have an on-site occupational health clinic, and they can assist in such a case. The ablution facilities are located to my left, your right. Please exit into the foyer, make a left, and you will see blue signage indicating the wash facilities. This is a radiological site, so if you do wander off, please pay special attention to all of the signage on site and do not access any of the access controlled areas. They will be clearly marked with the radiation warning signs. Thank you very much.
You don't get a count. If colleagues could kindly beam the report. I find this podium so low, but it's befitting for the CEO of the NRF, so it's okay. Oh yeah, that's fine. Oh, the mic was fine. It was just the podium that's a bit low. All right. Thank you so much. This is just a summary of the legacy report. You know, when I was preparing, I was like, yo, yeah, bayasebenza labantu mabaletha ama presentation eParliament, and then we complain about every little thing. And I was thinking about every little thing that I complain about and the fact that you could complain about it. So it does feel awkward being on this side, having to present to yourselves. But yeah, this is just a summary of our legacy report and the work that the committee, I must even learn how to use these things. That's okay. So the report provides an overview of okay, I'm going to stand like this. I think it'll just make it easier for me. This report provides an overview of the activities the committee undertook during the 6th Parliament, the outcome of key activities, as well as any challenges that emerged during the period under review. It summarizes the key issues for follow-up during the 7th Parliament and concludes with recommendations to strengthen operational and procedural processes to enhance the committee's oversight and legislative roles in the future. So we know that before the 6th administration, so in the 5th administration, the committees were separate. And then when the ministry was given 2 departments, the committee was then merged into one. And the minister's not here, but someone needs to tell him that we are now the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and not Science and Technology, because he teases us for that every time. But we did eventually make the change. So the committee is the Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation. We have about 120 reporting and non-reporting entities between the Portfolio on Higher Education and the Portfolio on Science and Innovation. And more than 20 pieces of legislation governing our work. Our reflection would be that it's been very difficult to balance doing oversight on the 2 departments or the 2 portfolios. And I don't know if the president would review that, but perhaps if there weren't to be a review of the 2 portfolios being under one department, maybe, you know, there could be a consideration of more time for us to do our work. In negotiations with the management committee of the committee, they would never prioritize science and innovation over protest. You know, the colleagues from science and innovation, the researcher, the content advisor would say, look, well, we don't have a researcher, Renee. The content advisor and the secretary would say, Chair, you need it. You need that Friday that's supposed to be for science and innovation. Take it because students are protesting, because students have their various needs. So that has been something that's been very challenging for us to balance. I think we all know the functions of the committee, so I won't go through that. What's really driven our work in the 6th administration has been to monitor and evaluate the implementation of policy, legislation, and strategic programs, to assess the impact of strategic initiatives, to scrutinize the adherence to the prescripts of good governance, to ensure the broad and inclusive participation of relevant stakeholders, and to foster cooperation across government and parliament on matters of common interest. And I really think we've done an amazing job as this portfolio committee in ensuring broad and inclusive participation of relevant stakeholders. I mean, from ensuring that other departments or other committees come into our committee meetings to get a sense of what the Department of Science and Innovation is doing in their portfolio through joint committee meetings has really been something we've tried to push. And that's all been on the premise of understanding what the decadal plan seeks to achieve. But overarchingly, we've emphasized the need for effective and accountable governance, broad and equitable access, transformation. Literally, when I look at the slides of the various entities and the department, from 2019, your presentations, DG, to 2024, like the first couple of slides, Honorable Mananiso, are going to tell us about transformation. They're going to tell us about science engagement. They're going to tell us about impact, because the department and its entities have read the mood of the committee, and the mood of the committee is that of wanting to ensure that the national system of innovation is inclusive, that it's representative, that it's impactful. So I definitely think that these have been the drivers of the work that we've done as a committee. I think we all know what the Department of Science and Innovation seeks to achieve. And I think we all know the various entities we have. Now, administratively, these are the members that we've had in the committee over the last 5 years. Some of them are still members of parliament. Some of them, it's quite scary how we can't account for where they are now. Some of them have sadly left us. And I want us to then observe a moment of silence for Honorable Pozoli of the Democratic Alliance and Honorable Nchaisa of the AIC. Thank you. I must say, just going back to this slide, that it's been an absolute honor serving with all these members, from our chairperson, Honorable Phili Mapulane, who was the first chairperson of this committee, who really taught me patience. You know, Honorable Khachao would not have managed being led by Honorable Mapulane. She would think that, when is he going to get angry? And when he does get angry, the whole committee would be like, whoa, wait. Not like that, you know. And I really think for me, you know, following his footsteps has been an honor. I think I learned from the right person how to do this job, to be objective, to be understanding, to be calm. Colleagues can imagine coming from the picket lines of fees must fall to here. Others may say we've become passive, but I just think we've become calculated. Yeah, in the lendlela mazoloku usha sonke isikhathi uzophelela amandla. I then want to also perhaps, yeah, so that's really, yeah, some have come, some have gone to, you know, even lead as MECs, some are still in parliament, and it's really been an absolute honor serving with these colleagues. And also just to appreciate the way in which the committee, with all the members that came in and out of the committee, were so cordial. At no point did I feel like we are absolutely putting partisan lines ahead of the work of the committee. From time to time, party line, but overall, I've really gotten a sense that the colleagues in the committee do have the best interests of citizens at heart, of course, understanding the various manifestos that we come with as deployees of our political parties. So I'd like us as a collective to please give these members a round of applause. That just also just shows you a breakdown of who's come and gone at what time, at what point, and just also showing you who's been there from the beginning. Abo Manani, abo CV, abo Litsi, abo yabo dala bela. Abanye bafika bangena bayaphuma, oh no Boshoff bandla. Oh baba mu Boshoff. Yeah, so we've had about 82 meetings overall as a portfolio committee, and had it not been for virtual plenaries that now take place on a Friday, stealing our Friday, we would not find ourselves, I think that's low. We would have covered much more. Had it not been for the fact that higher education is so cumbersome, I think we would have been able to do much more. But I also, as I said earlier on, the joint committee meetings we've had has really been a highlight of our work, and that's spoken directly to the coordination that the decadal plan speaks about. So, I mean, I know the first two meetings with the select committee were based on the fact that during COVID, we didn't have capacity in terms of the virtual platform to have lots of meetings, right? So we were being strategic to have meetings together. And then as we go on, the briefing on the mRNA vaccine technology transfer hub, that was very intentional, DG. We know why we wanted to have that joint committee meeting, right? And I'm really hoping that Honorable Chirwa, I think you were in that meeting, in fact, and I think it was helpful for yourselves on the health side to understand this technology that is supposed to support the health sector. We've had meetings with, again, the Committee on Health, Public Works, Infrastructure, Public Enterprises, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Small Business Development and Trade, Industry and Competition, and the Standing Committee on Appropriations on the STI's white paper and the decadal plan. So I think colleagues can tie the dot there and understand why it was so impactful for us to, or strategic for us to have joint committee meetings with those colleagues. We also then had, most recently, our joint committee meeting with the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy on the South African Mining Extraction, Research Development and Innovation Strategy and the Mandela Mining Precinct. We've done a lot of oversight. In February 2019, we were at the CSIR campus in Pretoria. March 2020, we went to SAU. So when the CEO of the NRF says, to see the great things, yes, it's true. But I can tell you for sure that in Jan 2022, when we went to Carnival and Sutherland, we wanted to understand ukuthi le mali eningi kangaka for le ndishi lezi esibhekele phezulu eyani kahle kahle. You know, and I think we wanted to go there and complain and say, yeah, if I waste imali, yeah, well. And then we got back and we're like, oh, this is powerful. This is massive. This can have such a great impact on those local communities if we're intentional about it. This can place South Africa, I can't even say place, because we are like a force to be reckoned with within the global system of innovation. And it's through understanding the work that we are doing with the SKA that you understand how like we are forced to be reckoned with. We are going to be teaching people how to construct. We are going to be sending the best of our astronomers and astronomical engineers to other parts of the world for them to then have the same type of infrastructure that we have. So yeah, that was amazing for us to experience. We've been to UWC, where of course we interacted with HISA, or the HISA roadmap, which for me, again, is a key highlight of the work of this department. In these conversations right now around just energy transition, seeing the work that's being done there, seeing how collaborative it is. One of the greatest fascinations we had as a committee around what we're doing with the Hydrogen South Africa roadmap is just seeing the idea around the district development model and coordination within government entities and seeing it alive. It's possible. It's possible for us to work across various universities. It's possible for us to work across various departments. It's possible for us to have the type of synergy that we want to see within government entities. And I think for me, HISA is testament to that. We went to UKZN, where we interacted with ASRI, 6, CRISP, the Biorefinery Industry Development Facility. We also went to DUT, where we interacted with one of the technology stations there. And then also reinforced, where was that? The Model Plastics Technology Station, I don't know, I can't remember. That DUT, Renee, that was DUT. All right. Yeah, so that was DUT. And then we went to the University of Limpopo, where we were with the Agro-Food Technology Station, Mpumalanga, and Karabo. You see there, I'll never forgive you. And you know why I'll never forgive you? Is Babu in the room as well? Babu, I'll never forgive you. That's an inside joke I will not share But Honorable Mananiso was not very impressed with me. But we were at the University of Limpopo's lithium ion battery precursor development facility in Bombela. And then, yeah, we also went to the University of Faure recently, and today we're here. And because this report will be submitted at the end of when Parliament rises, we do get to add this visit as part of our oversight visit. So overall, we've visited about 28 sites or interacted with about 28 institutions, and I think, or programs. And I think, given the fact that we had about 2 years of COVID, given the fact that Parliament is forever changing the program, I mean, I don't know if colleagues understand that Parliament works like a school. We have 4 terms. So at the beginning of each term, we're meant to be given a week as a portfolio committee to do oversight, or sometimes it's referred to as committee week. That week, I don't know who decides whether we're going to really have it or not have it, but we really think that given the magnitude of work that we have to do in the PSET sector and how demanding the PSET sector is in January, February, we as this portfolio committee really do need another oversight week during the year for us to actually give some attention to science and innovation. A portfolio of evidence to show that nyani, we went to all these places that we listed, and you'll see the different members changing from one image to the other. I mean, there we're seeing Notata still with us. Here we're seeing Getsi still with us. Here we were at Meerkat SKA, and I mean, I think when you're standing under those satellites, you just like telescope, sorry, you're just like, this is massive. Like this is us, like we're doing this. It's massive. So yeah, that's us at Sutherland. That is us in KZN. So that would be DUT. No, DUT is not here. That's the biorefinery. Oh, DUT is up top there. Yeah. And then at UKZN as well. And then that's us in Limpopo. And I think at the University of Venda, we had such a rough start to our meeting that it was science and innovation that gave like light at the end of that meeting, because we started with more, admin related issues of DHET, and you know how tense they can be. So when we went to the labs at the University of Venda, you can see we're all smiling, so we were happy with what we were seeing. And that's us then at in Mpumalanga. We've also gone on an international study tour. I know Honorable Litsie, you would have wanted us to go on many more. Asazi ukuthi abobani abahlezi baphuma eParliament overlook bahamba. But we are glad that they did give us the 5 members that they did give us eventually, and allowed us to go out of the country and learn, but also to reaffirm our greatness. It's a very interesting thing, when you go out the country, you're like, oh, so we're on the right path. We actually, our thinking is aligned to where some of the leaders in the global system of innovation are. But some of the lessons that we learned is that South Africa enjoys very strong bilateral relations with Switzerland on areas of science and innovation. South Africa is Switzerland's biggest partner in terms of science-related partnerships, pardon that typo. There are a number of student exchange programs between the 2 countries on science and innovation. Switzerland's investment in science and innovation has contributed to its economic advancement. And Switzerland is leading in terms of attracting the top scientists from all over the world. And also we learned that the commercialization of innovation in Switzerland is greatly supported by universities of applied sciences, TVET colleges, and there's a great, there's great investment by private sector. And so DG, we will, we unapologetically support the call for us to have greater investment by private sector or by business in research and development. So there's a number of conversations we had in Switzerland that we think should be picked up by the department and the 7th administration. Firstly, there are a number of projects between South Africa and Switzerland that need a follow-up by the 7th Parliament. The major issue with these projects is limited funding. So the Swiss government has invested in a number of projects that involve universities, schools, and communities. However, continuity and the sustainability of some of these projects remains a challenge given the inadequate commitment by local stakeholders to carry on with the project costs. So basically, they'd come in, they start a project, and they can't baby us through the whole project. And at some point, we need to have the monetary independence for us to continue with the program. The committee also requested DIRCO and DHET to develop a database of all South African students that are studying in various institutions in Switzerland, and I think we all understand why. Beyond even just supporting them there, but we also need to understand what investment or what skills we have that we could benefit from as a country that are being harnessed outside of the country, right? The committee recommended that the DSI consider the possibility of engaging TIA to provide funding to SMMEs that can develop membrane modules for water purification. These membrane modules are in high demand in Switzerland and other European countries, and there will be great export opportunities if South African companies can produce them. Okay. The committee planned to convene a colloquium with the DSI on science diplomacy in order to support the essence of government coordination as outlined in the decadal plan. So I think, DG, given some of the challenges that we're having with the buy-in from some government departments, even local government, and I know we've made some progress. You have reported recently where we have made progress in terms of how municipalities have a greater uptake of some of the innovations or interventions that we're bringing about. But we think if we were to have a colloquium on science diplomacy and people were to understand how, some of the innovations and interventions we have within the national system of innovation can assist them, it could help it's lobbying, it's advocacy work. I know like scientists are not political, but makabane comrades, you must lobby, and this is a person who really is horrible at lobbying, and yeah, I mean, don't want to say more than what I've said, but we need to try and lobby so that the great interventions that are coming out of this department, the great innovations that are coming out of this department can really land where we want them to land, which is in communities, to better the lives of the people of South Africa. The committee had proposed that the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, should convene webinars with the Department of Basic Education to promote science at grassroots levels and share best practices to improve teacher training in mathematics and science. And this is possible. So we asked them, like in the most literal sense, can you get onto a Zoom call if we gather kids in a classroom from CERN in Switzerland? Can you? And they said yes. So it is possible, and it needs us to just to move, just to do it. Like that's it. The committee of the 7th Parliament can confer with the PC on basic education on other areas which were identified to be very beneficial for the basic education sector. So we have that in the report of the study tour, and they will refer to it, right? The committee of the 7th Parliament can also convene a meeting with DHET and DSI to get an update on some of the key recommendations of the study tour. So we've also passed legislation in the 6th administration, which was on the Science and Technology Laws Amendment Bill. We have considered some international agreements, which was the agreement between the government of the Republic of South Africa and the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology on the establishment of an ICGB component in the Republic of South Africa. And it is not in force yet, but it was referred to be ATC'd on the 28th of September 2019. We've also considered the convention establishing the Square Kilometre Array Observatory and that has been enforced as of the 15th of January, 2021. So in essence, we've had all the meetings which have been informed by your annual reports. You know that when you come and present your annual reports or you present your performance plans, we pick up on key items that interest us, and then we say, let's have a follow-up on that one. Sometimes it will come out of interest from society, like COVID. We spent a lot of time in 2020 and 2021 speaking about COVID in this committee. Sometimes it will come from whistleblowers. Very, not often, I don't know what the other one, but it's rare in the sector that it will come from whistleblowers. DG. So that's something that the sector can pride itself in. So you can clap for yourselves. Am I right, Shanaz? Not really, not a lot. I know there's one recent one, but not a lot. And then we passed legislation, we've done oversight, we've had a study tour, and we've processed international agreements. I think I've already spoken to some of the concerns, right, which by and large speak to time. We don't have enough time as a committee to do our work. At some point, we felt that the presentations from the department were the department and its entities were very high level and lacked, particular detail, and that definitely has improved over time. And I think even our innovation to say, if the department is coming and presenting or an entity is coming and presenting, bring the beneficiary, bring the project lead, bring not the chief director or the DDG, bring that person who's busy with it, because they will be able to speak to it in a very relatable manner. Also, it just gives us confidence that indeed there is a face. And given the fact that we don't have enough time to do physical oversight, at least seeing the people who are leading those initiatives inspire some confidence. Issues around demographics, I think we've mastered it now, almost. Honorable Mananiso, I think they're doing better at giving us, and Honorable Mananiso always says this, we're not trying to ask black or whites. We're deeper than that. We're really speaking about understanding representation in its fullest form. How many women, how many black women, how many colored women? We know that members of the colored community feel very excluded. So we can't just say black, white, and I think that has improved over time. How many people living with disabilities? How many young people living with disabilities? So I think the department and its entities have become more aware of the need for us to break down those demographics. And it's not to separate or segregate or other people even more. You need to understand where we are so that you can see where you're lacking in terms of inclusivity. So you can see, okay, must I go to my constituency area, Sophia Town, in Johannesburg, Westbury, Brixton. I need to see if I must go speak to the kids at Brixton and tell them that they must go and study astronomical engineering so that we can see greater representation, because maybe they don't know that there's something called astronomical engineering, right? So then it ends up looking like it's either this or that. Yeah, I think that's about it in terms of that. And yeah, I think the main recommendation we can make is that mid-year oversight, and to ask for an extra day for the committee. And I really think given the number of entities, institutions that the two departments have to do their oversight on, I don't know why anyone would argue against that. Right, so there are themes that we've sort of picked up to be what we covered as a portfolio committee over the years. And I'll just take you through a couple of them from one year to the other. So in 2019, the term started with briefing sessions because I did a Bachelor of Science in Geography, but I definitely was never ready for the experience that I had in this committee. So we had to understand, of course, the white paper, various legislative, strategic, and governance and resource frameworks. We had to understand the national system of innovation. So that's what we spent a lot of time on in 2019. We got the budget allocations and annual reports. We interacted with the Research and Development Tax Incentive. We got to learn about this SKA radio telescope, Meerkat, le Meerkat, you know, so and that's, I think, the many briefings we had in Parliament or at some point virtually is what really pushed us to want to go to the SKA physically. We also then had a colloquium on the 4IR, and this was informed by you know, a global discourse on the fourth industrial revolution. And so we were responding to something that was becoming, you know, of concern and of relevance to the community. And not wanting to find ourselves on the back foot, of course, as South Africa. And then, of course, we looked into the ICGEB, into the SKAO, and into the Science and Technology Laws Amendment Bill. In 2020 and 2021, we spent a lot of time on the COVID-19 pandemic. How are we going to respond to it? What are we doing to respond to it? What is the impact of it on our department? What is the impact of the special adjustment budget on our department, given that our department was also tasked with doing so much work? You know, people expected so much from the Department of Science and Innovation, get like mtatimali from Tina Kanjan, right? So we were trying to monitor that by and large in 2020, 2021. We spent a lot of time on the indigenous knowledge systems, particularly because the Act had just come into place when we took office. So we wanted to see how that would then be implemented. We spent time on energy security, on our capability in terms of vaccine production, human capital development, public understanding and awareness of science and innovation. And I think on that, as I said earlier on, the work that the department is reporting, the planning that the department is doing in relation to science engagement has really increased. And for us, we've been very intentional with wanting the department to do more in terms of science engagement, because it speaks to transformation. It speaks to impact. If people know more about science and innovation, then they'll find themselves there. We'll find people who have solutions, but don't have a framework in which they can go about their solutions, finding themselves in science and innovation and making a difference in the community. We also spent time in 2021 on health innovation and the international recognition of South Africa's capability in relation to COVID. And we were hit hard, like you come up with a solution and this bright spark, and then everyone's like, now everyone turns against you because you were able to identify the first variant of the COVID-19 virus. And that for us was really a proud moment as this portfolio committee. We were extremely proud of the department. Everywhere we went, we bragged that we hold you guys to account. Our department, and it really is great, to be a public representative and be able to confidently go into society and say, no, the department that we hold to account is doing an amazing job. So siyabonga ukuthi yazinisipha leso stima emphakathini. So we also looked into how the department could assist in the economic recovery plan that the president presented. We looked at how the department could also contribute to, or how it was centralizing the planning around the district development model and, the essence of what the district development model was speaking about. We looked into the decadal plan. That was Honorable Mapulani, the former chair's obsession for some time. And, when it was eventually adopted, DG, he was one of the first people I told. I said, look, man, the decadal plan has been finalized and it's now being implemented. So that's also one of really the great victories of this committee, because we really harbored on the decadal plan. And also monitoring the kind of work that the department was doing in terms of shaping the public's attitude and response to COVID-19. I think we had the responsibility as scientists to, shape and mold the thinking of society. And we played a great role even in measuring, the spread of the virus and other various interventions that we brought about as this department. And we're really proud. I'm going to keep saying we're proud because it's the truth. We're not going to act like we're not proud. We are proud because it's good work that you've been doing. 2022, 2024, the committee following on from how historical investment and building capability in the RDI informed and supported the national response to the COVID-19 pandemic, enhanced its scrutiny on how to measure and or reflect on the overall impact made by the investment in science, technology, and innovation. And this speaks to a sentiment that one expresses at times in the committee to say, okay, all these clean audits and then what? Yeah, okay, so you're doing something, blue, what is any blue in? Blue, no, not blueprint. Research in teaching. Blue sky research. Yeah, okay, and then what, Okay, so we've really also tried to push the department to be able to articulate impact. What does this mean for ordinary citizens? And I think in how you're reporting now, there's more appreciation for it, because I don't think the department was not being impactful. I don't think the work of the department was not impactful. I think the department was not able to articulate the impact the work it is doing has in society. And so we've also really pushed in that as a committee, looking into issues around STI, institutional infrastructure landscape, intellectual property, vaccine production, which could help protect South Africa and the rest of the continent. And we've made great strides in that regard. But also we've really ventured into looking into how RDI could revitalize existing industries, and spent a lot of time, of course, in building collaboration and cooperation across government, and harboring on how we can get the private sector to be more involved, as we did recently. I think recently we had that engagement on GERD and BIRD. Yeah, so the committee, as required by legislation, annually considered the strategic plans, annual performance plans, and annual reports of the DSI and its entities, as well as the quarterly performance reports. And of course, I've mentioned the issue of time constraints, which meant we rotated when we meet who for the plan, the annual plan, and when we meet who for the performance reports, right? So we had to rotate that because of time. And then, yeah, I think we as like, if we were to just look at the administrative functioning of the committee, honorable members of the portfolio committee, we did our job. We achieved the key objectives of the program in relation to science and innovation. And definitely the overarching theme of our work was impact and inclusivity. And we were unapologetic about it. I'm sure sometimes when people would come to the committee, they'd be like, yeah, I was supposed to get transformation. Yeah, we are. We are going to ask you about transformation, because there's no space in this country where we're going to allow for people to willy-nilly do work when we have so many problems to solve, when we have so many young people who are not in education, employment, or training, when we have the high volumes of crime in our communities, where there's gender-based violence, where, hey, ziningi inkinga. So we must be at the forefront as this department in solving those problems, right? So we are going to ask about transformation. We are going to say, where are the women? Where are the people living with disabilities? Because unfortunately, patriarchy is like, it's comfortable. Yeah, privilege, it just sits comfortably. So you have to make it feel uncomfortable. You can't hope that, yeah, because DJ Mdracha is nice, maybe he's going to make sure that there's a woman CEO here. Or no, like, it can be on niceness, because DJ Mdracha is leaving now. And when he leaves, his niceness leaves with him. but a policy and planning, long-term planning stays regardless of DG Mjwaha or minister or DM being at the helm of the political leadership of that institution. So we were intentional about asking how our planning is gender mainstreamed, how our planning speaks to a budget that can actually result in transformation, how our planning, yeah, I think Nyang understand. So in terms of governance, we are doing okay, we're doing good. Yeah, it's only in 2021, 2022, when we had the HSRC have a qualified audit outcome with findings, and now they've moved to the better side of life. So I really think also just monitoring the audit outcomes of the department and its entities, we are doing well. And of course, we can always do better. I mean, even SANSA, you're not this side anymore, colleagues. You're there by clean audits. Like, kuhle nje, kuhle, yabo. And we really, we really, come again? They must continue. Okay. So yeah, the majority of I mean, the TIA board is led by a Black woman. I think she knows how excited we were when we saw her on the virtual platform. Also because she looked young. Asazi, we have to say she looks young, because in Parliament, labo gogo lava yo, I slayer. I know young people are always judging old women, but I slayer. And the pressure's always on. So yeah, so we're happy that we have Ms. Modise there as a Black woman. We were concerned, and we are concerned, that TIA has had an acting CEO since 2020. It's not nice that when someone comes for every audit, for every annual report or every performance plan, they're coming and we're saying acting ban. We need to have stability there. We complained about NACI having an acting CEO. We got to a point where I think there's a meeting last year where I said, no, actually, make me understand. Like, let's break it down. Why has this person been acting for so long? And we took a moment. We didn't just say it in we took a moment and we asked for colleagues to break it down. And then a few months afterwards, we were told, no, now he's permanent. And those are the efforts of this committee. Because it was also clear that the colleague was capable of doing his work based on the reports that we were receiving. The CEOs of HSRC, SACNASP, and ASAF are Black women. And that is something we pride ourselves with as a committee. Of course, they can all be Black women, but we do acknowledge that there is that representation. And we continuously wish them well when we understand some of the challenges that they face. And we ask that the department plays that supporting role in that regard, because Black women in leadership must thrive. We're not going to accept a situation where, things happen and then everyone's like, yeah, it happened. So we really do need to be intentional about supporting transformation. Yeah. We need to be intentional about supporting transformation. Then we are concerned about the reviews of TIA and SANSA that have not been shared with the committee, and we've asked for them a lot of times. So when you look at all this work that we've done, there's some key themes that come out. One, funding. Funding comes out in almost every briefing we receive, be it on annual reports, be it on performance, be it on planning. So from planning, colleagues will say, and then we see it in the reporting, because we'll say how you planned for, why did you overachieve so much here? Then colleagues will say, no, because we weren't sure if we're going to have those funds, right? NRF, we know that for funding of students, you have had to fund less students so that you can fund them more comprehensively. And yes, I was looking at the amount that you had in 2019 and the amount that you have in 2024, and it's not significant. The increase of funding that you have for postgraduate funding, or funds that you have for postgraduate funding, is the increase is not significant. And that for me is concerning. We looked into transformation and inclusivity, impacts of the system on society, the need for collaboration and coordination, the new STI policy framework, investment in research, development, and innovation, the need for science engagement, the need for us to support the commercialization of innovation so that those solutions, those products can give people the opportunity to be active participants of our economy. We've spoken about human capital development, which is also struggling because of funding. Right. We looked into the socioeconomic development or using science, technology, and innovation for socioeconomic development. We focused a lot on indigenous knowledge systems. And I think towards the end, look, we weren't doing much, but I also think it's because we weren't getting much, to have more follow-up engagements on that. And I think then it's a reflection on the department, DG, to say, how can we really push on the work that we're doing on IKS, then research and innovation infrastructure and the STI institutional landscape, including the higher education, science, technology, and innovation landscape, HISTIL. So on funding, as I said, from all the reports, from almost every engagement we have with the sector, the issue of funding comes up, right? Whatever briefing we have or receive from yourselves. DM, you can't arrive and then Litsie starts speaking so much. Welcome, DM. Welcome, Deputy Minister of the Department of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. We do know that you had commitments earlier on, and we're really happy to have you in the room. The persistent budget cuts, the continuous need to reprioritize existing budgets have really almost plagued the department and its entities. And when I wrote the word plague, I was like, is that harsh? Is the word plague a bit harsh? But I do get a sense that it wears down the department and its entities, and that if we had stability in terms of funding, we would be able to do much more as a sector. But we also acknowledge as a committee that regardless of this lack of funding, or not lack, but maybe insufficient funding, regardless of the budget cuts, regardless of the need to reprioritize budgets, this department and its entities have continued to perform. And that is something that we must acknowledge and note and commend. We also note that the budget cuts or the instability in terms of funding also impacts our targeting and our planning, and sometimes even leads to certain programs or interventions being postponed. And an example of this would be on human capital development. If you're looking at the postgraduate funding policy, the early career emerging research funding policy, the internship program, and the support provided to basic education, efforts to increase the numbers of beneficiaries have been severely curtailed by the lack of adequate funding. And in the case of postgraduate funding, policy, where greater awards were allocated to qualifying students, the number of students supported has been reduced. So what I was explaining about the NRF earlier on. And then I mentioned the issue about the retaining and recruiting of skilled staff, and that also being difficult because of funding. And the issues around research infrastructure linked to funding. So when you look at this graph, you'll see that GERD increased in 2021, 2022, driven by increases across all sectors, especially the business sector, which increased by 3.5 billion. Unlike the 6% contraction in GDP witnessed during the COVID-19 epidemic in 2020, South Africa experienced a notable recovery with a 4.7% increase in GDP in 2021. Then in 2021, 2022, government remains the main funder of research and development at 52%, followed by business at 29%. And I think we discussed this recently in the briefing that we had. And then business expenditure on research and development has declined significantly in the last decade. On this graph, we would note that the NDP target GERD's GDP of 1.5% is what is targeted for 2030. And then we're supposed to achieve 1.1% by 2024. The white paper says we want a GERD over GDP of 1.5% over the next decade, and an aspirational GERD GDP of 2% a decade later. And then the highest it's actually been was in 2017, 2018 at 0.76%. I got 51% for maths in high school, but I can do the maths and things are not looking well. And DG, you have stressed this a lot, particularly at the beginning of our term. Then when you look at the DSI's budget allocation from 2019 to 2024, so basically from the start of our term to the end of our term, there was a little bit of an increase at some point. We'll come back actually, and then things went for a dip there in 2024. And we also discussed this recently in the meeting that we had, and also discussed the impact that it's had on some of the funding interventions that you have as a department. So I think Besonke. Now, some of the key interventions of the committee, of the current committee in relation to funding, has been to have joint committee meetings with various committees as a lobby for greater investment in research and research, development, and innovation by other departments. It's also been to be very clear in our BRRR report, and when we consider the budget, to be very clear on where we believe that the budget is not enough. So that has been considered by Parliament at large, not just by the committee. And also to tightly monitor the finalization of the decadal plan, accompanied by the STI public budget coordination mechanism and the strategic management model for STI, in alignment to our view of the role that the decadal plan can play in the earmarking of funds and the greater coordination of budget for our interventions or our innovations and our research. But also having the various briefings on funding mechanisms, on budget cuts, on R&D incentives is also what makes us understand the reality of the sector so that we're better able to advocate for the sector. Now, recommendations that we're taking forth for the 7th administration would be that we need mechanisms to increase the budget allocation to the Department of Science and Innovation, and that this should be pursued by the minister, and that the committee should support all efforts to secure additional funding for the portfolio. We also are recommending that the minister continues his efforts with the National Treasury around the STI public budget coordination mechanism to secure additional funding for science and innovation. We are lastly recommending that the minister further advises against proposed funding reductions by National Treasury based on the key motive that economic transformation and growth are strategically linked to our investment in science, technology, and innovation. Oh, we have more recommendations because money is a real thing, right? I thought we were done on that one, but we also are recommending that there be concerted efforts to exercising the powers granted to Parliament through the Money Bills Procedures and Related Matters Amendment Act to secure additional funds for science and innovation and its entities, especially in relation to the parliamentary grant that supports the governance and operations of the entities to ensure that their mandates are fully realized. These funds should not emanate from a reprioritization process. We are recommending that the minister explores mechanisms to facilitate the granting by National Treasury of the procurement exemptions being applied for by entities to secure public sector contract income, especially in areas where the contract requirements the contract requires specially relate to the requirements, especially relate to the mandate of the public entity. This is in light of the commitment by the National Treasury to work closely with the department to develop and strengthen existing mechanisms to better account for public-led research and development spending to support the policy priorities outlined in the 2019 white paper and the decadal plan. The department should also enhance its collaboration with other government departments and entities and private sector to ensure better coordination and a possible consolidated approach around funding programs for postgraduate students. Lastly, the department and the NRF should intensify their efforts with universities and the research community to ensure that the uptake of specialized research bursaries is improved. I have to read these ones line by line, ngoba yimali lena. So the recommendations that we're speaking about must be clear. And also because we understand what great impact, the unstable or insufficient funding has on the work of the department. Then on transformation of the national system of innovation, the committee appreciates that the national system of innovation must directly respond with solutions to the challenges of all the people of this country. Thus, it is only an inclusive and intersectional and representational national system of innovation that can better the livelihoods of the people of South Africa through impactful, meaningful, and responsive science, technology, and innovation. The committee, unhappy with the face and pace of transformation in the NSI, endeavored through its work program to ensure that inclusivity and transformation were given due consideration when programs and interventions were designed, consultations were undertaken, calls for participation were issued, and bursaries and research grants were awarded. The committee also advocated for the enhancement of programs that supported inclusive development and that a broader definition of transformation beyond race and gender be considered. The committee advocated for the DSI to be intentional about gender mainstreaming through deliberate planning and budgeting for inclusion of women in particular, youth, Black Africans, members of the LGBTQIA community, and persons living with disabilities. In doing so, the committee requested the department and its entities to provide the full demographics of all beneficiaries of its support interventions. The DSI is also in its final stages of developing a transformation framework that will guide the DSI's programs and interventions. The committee has noticed the increased intentionality in the DSI's planning and reporting, the transformation of the STI workforce and the development of critical technical skills remains a key imperative, and the instruments that seek to address this will need to be continuously assessed. And our recommendation would be that the minister and the entities continue to enhance support for historically disadvantaged institutions, TVET and TVET colleges, to ensure not only greater inclusion and participation of these institutions in the national system of innovation, but also to accelerate the transformation agenda. Now, if we were to look at some of the progress that has been made in relation to transformation, and I'll just take it from 2019 when we got to office and look at 2021. The NRF, as the main government funder of postgraduate students, supported 7,732 of the 151,268 postgraduate students in the system. And this just goes to show that definitely when it comes to postgraduate funding, we're far from meeting the demand that is out there. And I think the CEO has been very overt about that particular challenge. But what you would note is that from 2019, when you look at Black South Africans, we are funding 76%. And then in 2021, we're sitting at 81%. Then if you look at women, In 2019, we're funding 56%, and in 2021, we're sitting at 59%, which is showing us an upward trajectory, which we welcome. And of course, we'd want some more of the latest stats in that regard. We also want to highlight some of the progress that we're seeing in terms of TIA and transformation. We've had a great interest of the committee on support that must be given for commercialization of innovation in order for citizens to be able to actively participate in the economy. And therefore, we acknowledge the increase in youth in projects involving industry, diffused techs, the launching of products, students and postdocs that are being funded and supported, IP and innovation products that are being supported by young people that are being supported. So we acknowledge the increase in that regard with TIA, and we welcome that. And as well as an increase in women students and postdocs that are being supported. But we are definitely concerned about the representation of people living with disabilities, or the support that we're allocating to people living with disabilities. And we've heard colleagues speak about the fact that it's almost like an batoli. And we've said, well, through science engagement, batoleni, because bakona, because they tell us on our WhatsApp, on our Facebook, on our Instagram, that there are no opportunities for us. So we must go and find them. And then we've just highlighted more of the work that we see is being done by TIA that speaks to inclusive development. And there's also, transformation-driven initiatives that are being supported that also speak to technologies that are being diffused. And then also noting technology and innovation support centers, which has a direct impact on the transformation that we want to see in the sector. So if you support transformation of that's coming from a local community. I mean, this one was Zenzeleni Connectivity Initiative, bridging the digital divide in rural South Africa. We can't speak about 4IR, yet we, abanye abantu bashiyeke emva. So that innovation is greatly supported. And then the new living labs established as well in various rural communities. Now, recommendations speaking to transformation would be that the committee must monitor the implementation of the transformation framework. The department must prioritize the finalization of the transformation framework. And then the annual performance plans must account for the needed transformation of the science system across all departments, and demographic information must be presented in full. So I think that also speaks to how at times we wonder why a target is set the way it's set, right? So we also want to understand what informs target setting. And the department must at all times be able to account on that. Because sometimes we look at it and we say, but this is low. Why are you not using proportional representation in terms of your target setting, right? Now, we also recommend that the minister and the Departments of Science and Innovation and Higher Education and Training and its entities continue to enhance support for HDIs and TVETs. And I really want to harbor on the need for our TVETs to have technology stations. We want them. And I really hope I'll be sitting somewhere during the 7th administration and just hear about many tech stations popping up in different TVET colleges. Because if we really want to see our economy developing, we can't leave TVET out of the national system of innovation. The department and its entities must endeavor, where possible, to expand initiatives aimed at supporting and growing the participation of youth, people with disabilities, and unemployed graduates, especially in relation to the commercialization of local innovations. The commercialization of locally developed technologies and publicly funded intellectual property needs attention, continued assessment of the support provided to stimulate RDI investment and the uptake of these interventions. DSI, CSIR, and TIA must compile a comprehensive written report on the challenges around the commercialization of locally developed technologies and publicly funded intellectual property, inclusive of the existing government policies and programs that seek to support these efforts, the available funding, and the limitation of these. This report should also include possible solutions to address the challenges. So that is what we are saying the 7th administration should consider. Colleagues, we've also spent a lot of time focusing on impact-driven science, technology, and innovation, or an impact-driven national system of innovation. The work of the NSI should not be measured by the audit outcomes, as I've said, but on the impact of its work on the lived realities of citizens. It is for this reason that the committee probed into how the investment on STI translated to overall impact in the communities and the economy, as well as efforts to grow the impact of the STI on socioeconomic development. Our recommendations are that the department and its entities should continue to explore mechanisms to better track and report on the impact of the investment in STI, despite the complexities associated with measuring and defining STI impact, so that the relevance of this investment is better understood and appreciated. For example, how has the intellectual property generated from public funds led to job creation or the establishment of new businesses? These mechanisms should also attempt to estimate the potential loss of impact due to the current inadequate resourcing of the national system of innovation. The committee must monitor the implementation of the review findings around science councils and the research infrastructure and institutional landscape. Furthermore, research infrastructures must have a direct impact on the local community and economy where they are located. Hence, socioeconomic impact studies are needed, and these must be assessed. We've also greatly focused on collaboration and coordination of the national system of innovation. Collaboration was considered across different aspects. Firstly, with the inclusion of the DSI and DHET under one ministry, the committee monitored to what extent the plans and programs around research, innovation, and skills development have been aligned. So in essence, understanding HESTIL, right? Secondly, with the understanding of the STI-based interventions for service delivery, industrial development, resource utilization, etc., would only be successful if implemented appropriately and optimally by those responsible for these domains. The committee closely scrutinized how the plans and interventions of the decadal plan were crafted with partners, whether joint action and responsibility was clearly established, and whether objectives were aligned to the district development model. Furthermore, the committee monitored to what extent the department and its entities had aligned their plans and programs to the district development model. The committee also sought to enhance collaboration around RDI and facilitated joint committee meetings with various committees, right? So that's the work we did around that. And our recommendations are that we monitor the implementation of the programs around the STI priority areas as set out in the decadal plan. We monitor the continued implementation and progress of the 2022-2032 STI decadal plan, including the Innovation and Skills Compact and the STI budget coordination mechanism. Lastly, due to the cross-cutting nature of STI, we schedule more joint committee meetings that have oversight over the STI intensive and implementing departments. In relation to the square kilometer array, I just thought I'd highlight it because we spent so much time looking into it, and definitely it's one of our prides and joys as a country. And just to note a concern in relation to the SKA, the obligations of South Africa as a founding member of the SKAO and host of the SKA mid-frequency radio telescope array must be continuously monitored. In addition, as a host of a number of international research infrastructures, as well as having world-class cutting-edge research infrastructure and institutions, these investments must be adequately supported to ensure that the competitive and knowledge advantage of these infrastructures are maintained and enhanced. However, all the entities are struggling to maintain existing and/or develop new infrastructure due to inadequate funding and critical skills shortages. So that's a concern that we have. Our recommendations are that the obligations of South Africa as a founding member of SCOW and host of the SKA mid-frequency radio telescope array must be continuously monitored, as said. In addition, as the host of a number of, no, that's just the same thing. Sorry, I have copy and paste ebusuku yabo. So sure yabo. Furthermore, research infrastructures must have a direct impact on the local community and economy where they are located, right? So this speaks to the fact that we wanted to see how young people in and around Sutherland, in and around Carnarvon, were benefiting from opportunities to be artisans in the space, to be researchers in the space. How is the local economy benefiting from the fact that there are so many opportunities within the space? And I think recently when the department came to the committee, I think with NRF, we got a sense of where we're sitting in terms of that investment in the local economy of Sutherland, Carnarvon in particular, sorry. Now, we also need to have instruments that support the development and commercialization of locally developed technologies. Other key highlights, the committee acknowledges efforts of the NSI to drive socioeconomic development through STI. So we see the work that you're doing around driving energy security at HISA, for example, and how you've also articulated it through the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, the work you're doing around vaccine production via BioVac and the mRNA vaccine technology transfer hub. The committee also took great interest in promoting and protecting IKS. And so the implementation of the structures and processes mandated by the protection, promotion, development, and management of IKS were considered. The operationalization of the IKS documentation centers across all provinces, the expansion of the RDI program, and the commercialization of IK-based products and services, and the progress of the pilot projects around the recognition of prior learning for IK holders were key areas of the committee's focus in terms of the work that we do. Some more recommendations that we have. Overall, overarching. So these ones kind of didn't have a sub-theme. So we just, put them under more recommendations. Is that the Minister and Treasury and SANSA resolve the issues around the release of the funds allocated to the Space Infrastructure Hub, since this is crucial for the development of high-level technological capability. The Minister and the Department of Science and Innovation and Higher Education and Training continue to align and enhance their plans around skills development, coordination and support, as well as around plans to ensure that critical skills are developed, retained, and supported. Also then, the implementation of actions to enhance the functioning and capability of NACI and TIA will need to be monitored. We further recommend or propose amendments to legislation pertaining to NIPMO and SACNASP be considered for tabling in the 7th administration. The committee must monitor the progress of the intended amendments to legislation pertaining to SACNASP and NIPMO. The implementation of the Protection, Promotion, Development and Management of the IKS Act will also require continuous monitoring. We just need to drop that to another bullet. And then lastly, the finalization and outcome of the DSI's organizational and structural review will need to be considered by the 7th administration. That, colleagues, brings me to the end of what we've been able to collate as the work we've done as the portfolio committee of the 6th administration. I think it's very clear what our key highlights have been. I think it's, thank you. I think it's very clear what our key focus areas have been. Impact, transformation, COVID, impacts of the work we're doing during COVID. So impact comes out quite a lot. Coordination has come out strongly. Concern around funding has come out strongly. And we do believe that the department has made great strides in this regard. We see it in the planning, we see it in the reporting, because that's a that's a relationship, right? Your report, when you come to us and you give us a report and we say, but why didn't you? But you should have, but you could have. It informs how you then plan. So we are seeing the cycle come full circle. And we generally, I think, are proud of the work of the Department of Science and Innovation. Do we want it to be on a bigger scale? Yes. Do we want it to be more meaningful, more inclusive? Yes. I still do feel uncomfortable going to the NRF awards. Like, yeah, like, angiziboni, yabo. I don't see myself. Yet I'm handing out awards, smiling, chairperson smile. Yeah, but a lot of the people who I must hand over that award to don't look like me. And that is why when we speak about funding for postgraduate studies, it's important. When we speak about that funding framework for postgraduate studies, it's important. It's not only important for, you see, I have a vision of this cycle, right? That if we are saying the national system of innovation, science, technology, and innovation is all about solving problems, it means that the whole country is our problem as this sector. From water to safety and security, to housing, to health, to your security. CEO of Sansa knows how obsessed I've become about space, and we didn't cover much of space. It's not intentional, it's a matter of time. Our hearts would have wanted to put a whole lot there. When we looked at the framework, it says that the one we got from research or whatever, that none of us like. It says international study tours. I said, okay, so I can put my trip to Paris there. And then they're like, we're not sure. I'm like, yeah, but I was going because I'm the chair of the committee, not because I'm nompendulo. And that for me was such an important moment for me to experience, because I got to understand how powerful a factor South Africa is in the global space community. But also understand that not enough is happening from a transformation perspective, yet there's so much money there. I mean, kunabantu abayenza nje i-bolts, like a screw. And this person is making so much money because they're sending the screw to all over the world. This little piece. But it's not, that person doesn't look like me, Oliti. And I have a problem with that. And that is why, so my view is this. If science and innovation is supposed to solve societal problems, then literally the whole country is its problem, which means we need to fund science and innovation so that it can solve our problems. But we also don't want a science and innovation that's solving the problems of a select few. You can only solve a problem that you can relate to. Now, if the people in the sector can't relate to not having water, can't relate to not having housing, can't relate to not having healthcare, can't relate to a lot of things, can't relate to the fact that sometimes you have to get into a barrel to cross a river to get to a clinic, to get to a school, to get to wherever, right? If that's not your lived reality, you're not going to be driven innately so to find solutions to solve those problems. So the only way that women, young people, young Black women, young Black proletariat women who are in the majority will have their problems solved is if they are in the problem-solving space, which is science and innovation. And so we have to be deliberate about funding. And I'm going to use the young Black proletariat woman living with disabilities as my focus, because she's the most disadvantaged. Then you can be a young white woman, then you can be young, whatever. But this one is the one who experiences the most challenges. And so this one should be our benchmark of whose problems we're trying to solve. So this one, Tia, has to find expression in the programs that you have. It has to be supported because she's going to tell you what the problem is, and she will possibly help you think through what solution can be provided. So mina ngikhuluma about a science for women, with women, by because that's the person that I think needs the greatest support, because she's going to solve everyone else's problems. So we need funding so that we can bring in more people into the system, but so that we can support those who are bringing into the system, so that their solutions, their products can actually find expression, find feet, so that we can solve the problems of the society. This is the legacy report of this committee, of the 6th administration. I've never had to present so much. I feel so sorry for all of you. Every time we're like, yeah, you have 5 minutes left. And you're trying to tell us all the work that you did in the year with all that money that we gave you. And then we're rushing you to conclude presenting in 30 minutes. It's unfair. I know sometimes Honorable Khachao looks at me like, she's a pela. And then in my heart, I'm like, but I get it. These people have worked so hard. You want to, explain how hard you worked, So this is us. This is our work. We're also accounting now to yourselves. This is the work that we have done. We would appreciate your support as a sector, as I said earlier on. Some colleagues, I think most of us were here, I'm not sure, but DM, we are not happy with the framework Parliament has given us to do our reporting. We are contesting the framework essentially because we want it to be deeper. We wanted to speak to impact. And so we're asking for support from the sector to add to our report by helping us monitor what colleagues have noted our key focus areas where we believe we've really worked. So we need you to help us bring up our stats and a narrative that says, yeah, on your transformation in 2019, this is where we were in terms of funding research, supporting commercialization, leadership as an entity, as an institution. And in 2023, this is where we are. So we would appreciate that support from yourselves. We are going to adopt the legacy report today as it stands, but we would want to attach this addendum from yourselves, because our work is like, when you work and you show us your work, you are a reflection of the work we did. So we would like to attach that addendum of your work in relation to these focus areas I've listed, and then we'll submit that to Parliament. Yeah, that was a lot. I don't even know what's next on the agenda now. The program was there now. What we're going to do now is also look into our dintswalos. And I believe we do have dintswalos in the room because they are also a reflection of our work as Parliament. So I don't know if they're in the room, but they'll confirm. So we have Lucanyo Somlota. Welcome. We have Zama Mchali. Oh, you sit next to each other. Perfect. We have Ruvimbo Mhari. And we also have Dr. Ali Elbas here. All right. I would like to hand over to these colleagues. Lucanyo Somlota as a bursary beneficiary and now a researcher at Stellenbosch, but you'll tell us more. I just got this from an email. I should go bursary beneficiary but when how has this department impacted your life? Oh, you were on the flight yesterday. No, Lucanyo? No. Oh yeah, you look like someone I was on a flight with. So I got so excited because I'm like, oh, maybe, So yeah, so So you'll come and explain to us the journey you've had with this department and how it has impacted your life and your journey within the National System of Innovation. And same will go for Zama, who is now with the CHPC, and then with Ruvumbo, who is an NRF beneficiary, as well as Dr. Ali El-Basir. I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correct. Oh, Al-Bashir. Oh, okay, cool. All right, so you guys can come forth. I'll just start with Lukanya. Lukanya can come up, and then followed by Zama, followed by Ruvimbo, and then Dr. Ali Al-Bashir. There we go. All right, can we please give Lukanya a round of applause? We want to acknowledge and appreciate the work that
people. So I think it is fair enough to appreciate the work that you have done in terms of cleaning and making sure that you capture our content as politicians to show that this has our buy-in as lawmakers. So I would like the House to rise and appreciate the report as presented. Thank you.
Uyaniphakamise uWipu. We are unphakamisa by force, and I know your chairs are not so comfortable. See, oh, these chairs, Nami, I struggle when I come up, but thank you, Honorable Manani. So it really is only but a reflection of your work as a collective, and so thank you for coming to Friday meetings at 2 p.m. on a Friday. DG, thank you for coming to a meeting at 2 p.m. on a Friday. So I know it's difficult at times, but it's a reflection of our collective efforts. Ma'am?
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Chair. Good day, honorable members. I think my face might be a bit familiar because of it. Yes, on the front line with Freeze Must Fall, but yeah. Molweni to everyone who's here. My name is Lukhanyo Lipelo Somlota. I am a girl from Ekgabecha, born and raised. I did my high school, my primary school there, was a top student, top 10, A student, konke nje. I was that girl. I was fortunate enough to be afforded the opportunities of going to a Model C school. But obviously you need to always take that extra step. So I seized every opportunity. And I exposed myself very much to science, maths and science, which led me to my career path in engineering, in civil engineering. So I did my high school, finished, graduated, got my distinctions, and I left and I went to Wits. I was a big bouncing baby girl. I was on the front line, I did everything, but I was quickly humbled with the fact of how difficult varsity is. But nonetheless, what was meant to be a 4-year degree, it ended up being 7 years. So, but in the second year of my degree, I received funding from the CSIR, and they funded me for my studies. But it was very much a roller coaster because I kept failing modules. You know, I was in and out, in and out, and in and out. But by the grace of God and the patience and the support of the institution that I currently work for now, they kept me. And today I can stand and say that I'm a CSIR bursary student and graduate. So yeah, so I finished my undergrad at Wits after many years and immediately got placement at the CSR in Stellenbosch. I was introduced to coastal. I didn't know about coastal engineering. The only thing that I knew of is in civil, it's the the roads, the bridges, the structures. So when I came here, I got introduced to coastal engineering, which is related to what I do now, in that I do 3D physical models of ports and harbors. So in the nature of the work that I do, I'm a key researcher in my team. I'm the only Black female in my team. And we play a role in optimizing in the development of our ports. So I sit at the table. I'm one of those heads that come up with the solutions when it comes to the national crisis that we're dealing with at the ports. So I'm one of those that sit there. But really, in short, I want to thank you. I think it's such a full circle moment. And I'm really appreciative of this engagement, because sometimes as a bursary student, you're not aware of the work and the behind the scenes. And if only more of this can be done for us to fully understand the gravity of the investment that gets put in us as bursary students. Sometimes you just apply. I'm talking about myself, actually. Sometimes you just apply for the fact that I need funding, but you don't realize that, okay, my journey is going to take me 7 years instead of 4, but I still have consistent people who are there to fund me, who understand the gravity of the investment. You know, that again, they can tick the box of transformation has been made. Today, I can proudly say that, number one, I'm a WITS graduate that comes from all forums. That's where I come from. And today, I'm a Black, I am young, I'm female, I'm a coastal engineer in Stellenbosch. So I really want to thank you guys. Really, the impact of this is hitting me. The magnitude of how it's hitting me, it's doing a thing. It's doing a thing. And I really hope that more and more engagements happen with the youth. And again, just to touch back with the postgraduate funding, focus on that. I'm doing my master's now. I'm doing my master's to be a ports and coastal engineer. But yeah, thank you. We need money. Don't stop. Thank you.
Zama, you can come closer. Yeah. It's a WITS thing. We're doing a thing. We're doing a thing. Hi. How are you?
I'm great.
Good.
I'm not from VIT,
It's okay.
UKZN, and UCT. Yeah. I think this is it. Let me just stand. Oh, there's another one over there. Okay, my name is Zama Mchali. I'm from Lazi in Durban, South. I grew up in Umlazi Township in a working home. My mother was a housewife and my father was in a traditional home. You know, my father was the one going to get the bread, what we call the bread now, but he was the person working. He supported everyone, and I'm grateful. And I wish my mother was still alive to see me here. And I'm grateful for everything that they've done, to see their baby girl standing here and thanking the South African government about the whole opportunity that they've presented to willing students who go out there, get good grades, because that's the advice that they give us. If you get good grades, you'll get good things in life. And that is true. You get good grades, you get good things. So I started as an NRF. Oh yeah, I did my undergrad in computer science. And then I started as an NRF intern. I was placed as CSIR in the Center for High Performance Computing, which is under NICIS, and we are funded by the Department of Science and Innovation. And we get our mandate from them to provide computing resources to academia in South Africa. So my position is to build those systems and also support academia in using those systems to actually do their scientific research. So we support academia, CSIR researchers, NRF as well. So after my internship, I went back to I went to UCT and did my honors there, or information systems and technology. And then I was absorbed in CSIR, where I started to build the fastest supercomputer in Africa. And it was one of a kind in Africa. And that's the kind of system that is now used by researchers to do their computations, simulations, when they do their scientific research. And we train them, we help them. And then I moved to cloud computing. Now I built the first cloud computing system in CSIR called SIBOA. And that system was used to provide computing resources to solve the COVID problems. I was also awarded, it was called Young Disruptor Award for my role in solving some of the problems that we had with COVID. So we built systems that will track the hotspot, COVID hotspot for the Department of Health. And they used those systems to bring awareness to people where not to go. And so now I am the CHPC Cloud Lead. CSIR allows me to give back to the community. I now travel locally. I run workshops to train interns, the young university students that attend those conferences. And then I also do exhibitions where we exhibit in universities, our exhibitions in universities, as well as conferences in high school, where we help the young generation to show them what CSIR can do, what the DSI can do. All they have to do is to get good grades, and the government is there, the resources are there. You just need to reach that level so you can access them, but it's up to them. Everything is there, and that's what I do now. Like, I go around the country, traveling locally, internationally, giving back, because we're getting old and now we need to bring the next generation. I'm 34 years old. And now we need to bring the next generation that will continue breaking barriers and moving forward. Thank you. Oh,
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing, Zama. We had to ask how old you are, because I mean, I think Honorable Chachao is 26. Honorable Chira's 31. Oh. Honorable Chira's 30. The chairperson of the committee is 30. She's turning 31 in August. And then there's also like older Tintwalos. Then there's older Tintwalos. But there are lots of real Tintwalos. Yeah, and the real Tintwalos always want to know, because it's also a way of us measuring if the push that we're making, because so it's good to see other Tintwalos in the room. And then Ruvimbo Mhari. Welcome. Let's give a round of applause. Hey, Malibonga Nyan. Colleagues got the brief. You want to grab
Okay, good day, everyone. I feel slightly intimidated by the previous talks that have transpired here just now, but more than anything, I am very motivated to reach their level. So my name is Ruvimbo Mari. I am a master's student at the University of Western Cape. I come from Zimbabwe. So I was fortunate enough to be part of the 5% that the NRF funds for postgraduate degrees. You. My research focus for my master's is to identify rhizospheric bacteria that have beneficial characteristics that can improve growth of cereal crops under drought stress. This is my second year of funding, and I could say that it has made a great impact in my life. So I did not have any funding for my undergraduate studies, and I could say that that was quite a difficult time. It was basically a hand-to-mouth type of situation, and all I had the opportunity to do was just to study, attend lectures, and well, that's all. Basically, get the degree and go out. And for my honors, I was fortunate enough to get a bursary from the Department of Biotechnology at UWC as part of the top 8 undergraduate students to graduate. And yeah, which leads me now to my master's. And I could say that it has made my life so much easier. I have recently moved into RES. I've been at UWC for 6 years, and this is the first time I've been able to afford to stay at RES, which has made my life so much more comfortable because of the long hours that I spend in the lab. Now I can I don't have to commute to and from home. And I also started playing volleyball again after 7 years. I could say that these bursary opportunities really impact our lives, and not just for us to be able to get the degree that we go to university for, but in a more holistic approach, we're able to become more rounded individuals. So yeah, for that I'm grateful. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for sharing. I think the CEO of NRF still here. That's confirmation of why we need to fund the way you've decided to fund, for that holistic experience, that comprehensive support. So Ruvimbo, your testimonies or your sharing literally informs policymaking. Literally. You've just affirmed the fact that we had to take a very difficult decision of funding less students so that we can fund them more holistically, so that you don't have to almost battle between the different responsibilities that you have. You're even playing volleyball now in your spare time, which is important. That's why but thank you very much for sharing, Dr. Elbashir. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. I just want to add one point to what Ruvimbo was saying. So I'm co-supervising Ruvimbo for her master's. So since she got accommodation in the residence, I asked her to stay in the lab for longer and to monitor some time-dependent experiments in the lab that she could not do at all. So she had to leave, take the bus at 4 to get home, and every day. So sometimes we run time-dependent experiments like monitoring growth of some bacteria and all of that. Like it has to be done within a certain time. And yeah, so now she can sleep in the lab and basically 2 a.m. in the morning can walk to the residence on campus. So So on my side, my name is Ali. I was born and raised in Sudan. I did my undergraduate studies and my honors in Sudan. During my studies, I was paying for myself basically everything. My parents could not afford even the registration fees. I worked, I went to campus, I studied, I came back and I worked at in the evening. So to make something for the following day until like I started to become like little businessman. Then I bought a tuk-tuk. I don't know if you know tuk-tuk. Yeah, so when I came back from university, I drove my tuk-tuk. I got my like basically, yeah, my expenses for the following day and some for the house and stuff. So when I finished my my honors, I knew that I was not staying in Sudan because there isn't any opportunities for postgrad and research, basically. The HOD, who was also my co-supervisor for my honors, he did his PhD at WITS. So who advised me to go to South Africa if you like research. So I looked around, I found the supervisor, Prof. Ludidi, and I did not have funding in the beginning. So I sold out the tuk-tuk to cover most of the expenses in the beginning. It wasn't a big adventure. I did not know how was I going to continue with that, but all I knew I have to do that. I need to live and I need to pursue further my studies. So that was in 2016. In 2017, I got the NRF funding through the COE. I completed my master's at UWC in biotechnology. I got cum laude, and that is largely also contributed to the funding, definitely. I got cum laude. My MSc thesis was the third best written MSc thesis at UWC. And because of that, I got another opportunity to go to Italy and study for 6 months at University of Padova. I came back and completed my PhD at UWC as well. And during my PhD, I also got the opportunity to go to the United States, spend 2 months there with my co-supervisor. I had an incredible exposure. I went to lots of conferences. And this year I got NRF funding for postdoctoral study for this year and next year. So currently I'm doing my postdoc, I'm lecturing, I'm involved in a lot of teaching in the Department of Biotechnology at UWC. I co-supervise 5 honors students. Currently, I'm co-supervising 4 PhD students, 3 MSc students, and I'm supervising mainly 1 MSc and 1 honors student this year. So yeah, and on a side note also, yeah, I got my permanent residency in 2020 when I came back from Italy. So I'm planning to stay in South Africa. And on a side note, I met my wife also in South Africa. So I got married last year to my South African wife, and she is also doing her PhD at the department, and we are planning to stay in South Africa. I am hoping in the next few years I can find a position in academia where I can run my own research. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. Thank you. You know, President Ramaphosa always says that our government delivers on all fronts. Even on marriages, even on love, we deliver, you know? So congratulations, not only on your work, but also on matters of the heart. Some of us are failing dismally there. Pray for us. So those are then the reflections from what I'd like to call the great legacies of the sixth administration. Of course, it's the work that has led to their success is from administrations before ours. But from all their testimonies, or reflections, you can see that the support is continuous, right? And we need to continue doing that of which we're doing and more. Their reflections also affirm a lot of which the committee is recommending, a lot of which we're concerned about, and also just showing us that there is good being done by this department. We just need it on a bigger scale. But thank you very much, guys, for sharing. I'd like to, at this point, call Dr. Phil Mjaha. You know, when you're at Ntswalo and you're chairperson of a committee, I must say that generally you get I've gotten the utmost respect from the sector, from colleagues. It's very rare that someone will undermine me because I'm at Ntswalo. But yeah, today DG gave me a little bit of a fatherly chat. He was like, it's not okay to be so late. You know, you're running way over time. Misa Masi, oh, na my chair. I was like, oh my God, DG. I'm shouting at Slalo. Maybe it's because number one, that people can start shouting at us. But yeah, but I really appreciated the support that we've had from you, DG, from the day one. The ability to call you and help and think with you about an approach to a meeting. Sometimes Parliament changes the committee program and throws us completely off balance. And we want to try keep, you know, something of the DSI. So what can you try and bring on this date that's now almost available, DG? And DG won't just dismiss you and say it's not possible, but he'll really try and help you think through what briefing can then be brought at a shorter request. You know, you're preparing for a debate, you're preparing for a question. Can really be some small things, you know, to someone else, it's a small thing, but to someone who takes their deployment seriously. We take being deployed as members of parliament very seriously, because there's only 400 of us in the entire country that have been given the responsibility of representing millions of South Africans. So yes, when I want you to help me craft a question, you know, a question is like 1 minute. When you ask a question in the chambers, 1 minute. I'm like, DG, am I asking it? Is it, you know? And DG will avail himself to help you think through that. So personally, as Nompendulo, I really appreciate the support that you've given us. But as the chair of the committee, I appreciate the support you've given the committee. And support also comes in the form of respecting the committee, of ensuring that your team comes when we call them. You know, we never have a problem that someone's missing or a report is not ready or this weird things. And so we really appreciate that, but for also leading the entire sector, because your CEOs and chairs also act accordingly. And I think there was a time when we were irritated and disappointed with 1 or 2 chairpersons, and people came back in line very quickly, right? They didn't take long to correct themselves. So we appreciate the leadership that you've given to the sector. I posted something now, and I think the person saw that you're on the program, and they said, "Yo, DG can't leave yet." You know, we know that we believe so that others can come. But there is a great sentiment of people not wanting to let go of your leadership. And that just shows that you've really done a great job. Of course, you've also gotten many awards, DG of the Year, all of those awards, best performing DG. But Nati, we want to put it on record that you are really amazing at the work that you do. So, colleagues, DG Mjaha.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to everyone for giving me a few minutes. I promise I won't be long. So let me acknowledge and thank the chairperson and the entire committee for inviting us to come and maybe reflect on some of the things from our perspective, but also to appreciate the work that the committee has done in the last 5 years or so. We appreciate the interest that you've shown on a sector that is usually, I would say, if you fly an aeroplane, and we said this to the president when he came to see us, what you usually don't see is that before you sit on the seat that you're given on the aeroplane, the pilot has done what we discussed yesterday with somebody on the plane, something which is called standard operating procedures. And you probably notice quite often that the pilot tells you whether you should relax on this route or there would be turbulence. If you think of a distance from here to Paris, how do they know this? Right? And then they would also tell you that if you even monitor on the screen that it will take so many hours to move from A to B. And so you usually don't think about these things that happen on the cockpit and what the pilot and the engineers have to do to make sure that you're safe as you move from A to B. And I always say the science system is like that. It's this quiet set of activities that are happening behind the scenes that make the society to continue to fly smoothly. And if there are turbulence, they will figure out how to go around the turbulence. So it's a sector that, in my view, I think, Chair, is undervalued in South Africa. Now I'm retiring, so I'm going to be a bit more brutally honest, right? If you want to fire me, I'm left with 2 weeks. So I'll be very grateful if you get rid of me in the next 2 weeks because I need to go to the beach. So I think it's a sector that is really undervalued. And because of that, we have been very deliberate in trying to make sure that the CEOs that we work with, the chairs that we work with, we build a relationship. So maybe before I say a few words, I'd just like to express my sincere thanks to all the chairs and the CEOs. And that's why I was a bit upset when we started late. They are very busy people. We invest a lot to have the relationship we have with them so that when you ask us at short notice, you ask us detail at short notice, we are able to get them from. I never like to take that for granted. And hopefully to them, they've never felt that as a DSI, we've taken them for granted. So my personal thanks to all of them, including Glenda last week when I got the award. She reminded me of an uncomfortable phone call I gave her when we started COVID to say, can she put together a team that is going to look at how we're going to respond to COVID from the science. Sarah sitting there doesn't like me because I used to convene meeting on Saturdays and Sunday to get the HR. So these things, I don't want to assume that they are taken for granted. And hence, I hope you understand when I say stick to time, these people are busy. And in fact, we pay them nothing, truth be told. And therefore, I think that respect to human beings that you work with is extremely important for me personally. So just thought I would clear that up. So now, having looked at the report, I just want to make maybe 4 suggestions. The first one is to provide something which, when I was young, I didn't pay attention. When people say, what's the context within which you're doing the report? So I've got 3 blocks here that says the trajectory of the national system of innovation since democracy would be very, very important. And I'll explain why. So in the first part of our policy development in South Africa, we wanted to ensure that we keep the science agenda as part of government agenda. Because it was very easy post-1994 to say, why should we worry about science when we have to build houses, when we have to build all the things that we needed to do? So, and it's not an easy task, taking into account my first comment about a sector that is not undervalued. And I think we should give credit to the science system for keep demonstrating, maybe at small scale at that time, what science can do to support government. So that's the first part. And we can put time frames around this, so maybe 1994 to the early 2000s, thereabout. And here I'd like to give credit to my predecessors, Roger Jardine and Rob, because they were really on the face of the politicians to say you cannot drop investment in science. So all what we do today, in my view, is based on what they started. Because I suspect if that was not done, maybe we wouldn't be even at 0.6% of GDP. And then the second time frame was to start to consolidate knowledge generation and begin to target investments where we could make socio-economic impact, and hence the birth of the National Research and Development Strategy and the 10-year Innovation Plan. And later on, please allow me as well to give a small uswazi to the committee in your perception of scale and impact as part of this concept. Not in a bad way, but so that it's contextualized. So that was in the 2000 up until maybe 2004 up to 2018 plus minus. Because it is important to understand that the time frames for the work that we're doing may be different from other sectors. If you want to build a house, you've got companies, you've got material, so you can build as many houses as tomorrow. But to build a science system is something that requires patience, understanding of the nuancing, and that some of the things take time. No matter how much you may want to see change, it sometimes is not going to happen because it takes time. And then the third part, of course, is the part which you've provided very well, Chair, in terms of the decadal plan, and now deepening the investments that were made in the second part of the policy development to try and have impact and scale. So if the committee was expecting impact and scale during your tenure, it wouldn't be as what we would expect it to be, because we are on the starting phase of starting to increase impact. So the right question, but your expectations need to be scaled up to the reality of how long something like this happens. And maybe the nuance again in the document is that with the decadal plan, with the IMC that we have set up to get other ministries to upscale the things that we've done, you are likely now to see impact. So I'm just saying this so that, yes, ask the questions, but be realistic in terms of how quickly things take time. Whether you like it or not, physics says if you're traveling from here to Paris with an aeroplane, there are physical limitations that says you cannot travel beyond 1,000 kilometers an hour. So which means there's no way that you can take that trip in 6 hours, unless if you build a supersonic jet. All right. So I hope I'm not sounding arrogant, but I'm just saying, what's the reality within which you ask the intelligent questions, right questions, intelligent, informed by the reality of how things work. So I then thought if the report then is contextualized within this time frame, it will be better consumed in terms of, yes, you are asking for scale and impact, but this is just part of the evolution of the policy that government has had over time. I will not say which government. I'm supposed to be non-partisan, So that's the first suggestion I'd like to make. And then secondly is to say that the science system has got the knowledge generation capabilities, which is predominantly led by the NRF. And there's an infrastructure component and there's the capacity in terms of researchers and students. But the NRF also manages facilities, and you had the opportunity to see a number of them here. What I suggest in terms of your second point after this is that if there is anything from the report that you've made that we would like to nuance between ourselves and the NRF, we could probably do that. It's up to you, Chair. Just trying to say if, as part of the addendum that you refer to, this is something that we could do on the current challenges and the progress that we've made on these two fronts. For my own observation, I am worried about the decline in the investment in the infrastructure, and for us to continuously make sure that the science system leg of the science system is replenished accordingly. Because the truth be told, again, in terms of just being nuanced in terms of what one is trying to do here, all of the things that we are celebrating today, all of the successes we had as a science system during COVID, it's not investments that were made a year before. They were made over a period of 15 to 20 years. I mean, I can't remember now, maybe Charles would remember, when we started to invest in the biotech strategy, which was one of the strategies came out of the national research. If we didn't have the capacity to do genomics surveillance, you would not have been able to discover Omicron. So it is extremely important, and that's why I'm bringing this context, that some of the things require investment, because if you don't, when this infrastructure investments start to decline, you won't have the Dinswalos coming here because you will have no tools for the scientists to do the work. But as I say, we can nuance this with Fulu and the rest of the board that is here. Siegland is also here. But I saw some of it in the report. And then the second aspect of the science system is to try and convert knowledge for socio-economic impact. There are two areas that I think could be strengthened in the report. As part of this work, we also started in the mid-2000s to rebuild the space industry, which we had inherited for developed satellites. I can say it here, to look at what was happening in the neighboring states. And that government had a reason to know what was happening in the neighboring states. But we have been rebuilt, and these stories are very, very important, that you've converted a science system which at the time was worrying about what it wanted to do as government to assist us to respond to the challenges of today. So that's why I'm again bringing this context thing. So we started then to rebuild, for instance, the satellite build program, and Mr. Mtau is here, so we can give you a sense of those areas that we are trying to build so that the impact that you are asking start to be visible. And in fact, now, as you rightfully pointed out in your report, we are in a better position to strengthen, for instance, the launch capability in South Africa. You saw that at the UKZN. We are building an EOSat-1 for monitoring the environment and many, many other applications, including security. There are certain things we can't tell you with Mutau around how we're supporting legal issues of this country in the criminal justice court. So when you start to talk about, are we ready to make the impact? The answer is yes, but it will still take 2 or 3 years before it's felt. So I just thought we could probably add a couple of, not so much about space, but how you're rebuilding this in order to respond to the challenges of this government. And we can give examples of the work that they've done during the floods in KZN to provide satellite imagery. If you provide it afterwards, you can get a better sense of what infrastructure was destroyed as a result of this. So I think it can be strengthened there. The area two in the knowledge conversion that could also be strengthened is in the area where TIA is working. I think you've mentioned it a bit, but I think it can be enhanced. Chair, 2 weeks ago, we had a symposium on looking at the work of TIA OTTs and the development of startup companies. If I showed you here today, you would think that those numbers are not from South Africa, but this is not known. I mean, we've had since 2014 when the IPR Act was promulgated and we started supporting OTTs, we've had about 100 startup companies. 73 of those are still active and alive. So we're very happy about this. But again, the point I made earlier on of evolution, our worry is, why are they remaining in the startup phase? How can we grow them? So that again, you begin to have a context within which you can then say, whether we like it or not, and I'm sorry to say this, and I know the DM wants to take me up on this debate, and DM now I'll have time, so let's have it. The jobs in the traditional sectors are going to disappear in the next 5 years. So unless you support people with ideas and build businesses and grow those businesses, we would be in trouble in South Africa. So I think we can lift up that work, which again has been done by a range of stakeholders. And then I agree with you, the next administration should hold us to account on how we're increasing, how we're growing those businesses, and how we're getting what Dr. Dlamini educated me when we were part of a delegation that went to Silicon Valley. When the minister and I were very, very excited about the things that we saw at Stanford, and he looked around and said to us, we're doing the same things, but they're not at scale and impact that we're looking for. So I'm saying, Chair and committee members, you will get that in the next administration. Maybe, again, it may not be what we want, but you will see elements of these industries that are coming from the knowledge institutions increasing and becoming bigger. And then the other part, which I think can be enhanced in the report, is how science has been used to help government to make decisions. I think it didn't come out very, very clearly. I don't have the numbers, Professor Glenda Gray, but at the time when we were buying vaccines, there was a very big possibility that we could have bought vaccines that were not going to be for the variants that we have in South Africa. And the genomic surveillance provided that decision to government. How much did we save because of science informing that that would not have been the correct decision? So I think this is something we need to enhance so that the sector begins to be appreciated and it doesn't become, you know, the pilots in the cockpit and then the other thing which I would also suggest we enhance in your report is how can we embed science, technology, and innovation into government and society as a whole? It probably comes, but it doesn't come. But the decadal plan said the decadal plan is the whole of society embracing science, technology, and innovation. So, because if you do that, then some of the examples you gave, Chair, about the work that the committee has done with other committees to try and drive this idea that the science system has made a lot of innovations and demonstrated that things are possible, and hence our tagline, making sure it's possible. But the uptake is not going to be done by the DSI with 10 billion rands. If you want scale and impact, let's talk reality. There are people with big budgets and they need to be directed to take this. You've probably mentioned it about locally developed technologies, but again, it's the nuancing of the message. How do you drive industrial transformation? How do you support reindustrialization? We've got examples of things that in the science system we can do in order to support that. So I hope I've been useful in trying to give some nuances. We would be more than happy with the rest of the science system. As I say, in the interest of time and in the interest of who I am as film tracher, respecting people, that they can make a couple of comments here, but I am almost certain that they would agree with me that perhaps the most effective way is for us to write around some of these issues, but will be directed by you. Thank you very much.
DG shine ngempela. If I was a chair or a CEO, I'd be confused. Can I speak or can I not speak? What is the leader saying? But he's probably saying, I mean, actually, I wouldn't know what to do. But so now I'm also confused. Like, I don't even know if I should offer you guys the opportunity. Eh? Yeah, now I'm asking, but offer the opportunity, Majo Kuluma or not. But maybe let's do this because I definitely am very fair. And that's probably why we have the time challenges that we often have as this committee. It's this fairness. But if there is, first, let me thank DG for those remarks. I think Renee and Shanaz, we captured a lot of what on our own we can start looking into, but we would definitely appreciate the support from the department and the entities to enhance that aspect. As we said, a lot of what we've added is far from the framework. It's us really trying to make it more meaty than what they're requesting. So, but we are definitely open to making it deeper through your support. And thank you very much for those inputs, DG. I would like to check if there is any CEO. I'll afford one. He's out of democracy. One or chair who would like to say anything. It doesn't have to be long. It can't be long, of course. But we are in Parliament. We are at the NRF's iThemba Labs, but this is a parliamentary committee meeting, and there's only one chairperson. Okay, I see one, and I see one. All right. You can come to, I don't know if we have a rev mic. We have a rev mic. Okay, we do. All right, please give Ms. Modise first, and then go to the top.
Honorable members and all invited guests, it's such an honor and a privilege to be here and finally to get to meet the honorable members in person. It's always on Zoom. And so I'm Matsi Modise, the chairperson of the Technology Innovation Agency. Chairperson, I think that was a great reflection of what has happened in the past few years. And I like also what the DG has said, that this is not something that just happened yesterday. It's a reflection of all the investments that have been put into place. But also what I truly admire about what you said is the intentionality around how we're going to empower people that look like us. How we're going to embrace diversity, transformation, but not because of the color of our skins or if we're male or female, because we can. We have the ability. And how does then the ministry, the departments, the agencies ensure that we create platforms that do that? I did jot down a few just takeaways that our impact is our legacy, the things that we do, the things that we plant, the things that we invest in, the people that we invest in. That is our legacy. We are here because of the scientists and the innovators of this country. That's the reason why we are all here. Sometimes we do forget. And these are men, women, young people that are capable, are competent, are world-class. They want to compete with the rest of the world. They want to contribute towards the country that we live in. And as the system, we have to work together. We have to be enablers. We have to empower, and we have to ensure that at the end of the day, impact is measured. And then I think in terms of heading the Technology Innovation Agency, I came at a very interesting time, and I think the minister does reiterate, and DG as well, that we had to ensure that TIA works for the country. TIA does enable the innovators and the scientists. And for us to be able to do that, capacity is important, whether it's human resources, the people that work within the organization, the people we work for. Finances, we have to capacitate the organizations, but also looking beyond ourselves. How do we do that? We have to harness public-private partnerships. As the government, we're not going to do this by ourselves. There's a lot of money in the private sector, and the good thing is I'm actually from the private sector, and I think the greatest privilege is the ability to also serve my country.
Mm.
I understand what's happening on the other side. I understand the resources that they have. I understand their willingness to want to work with us. How do we make that possible? How do we make it equitable for everybody involved? How do we make it easy to always have a bottom-up approach versus being told what to do as a private sector? And then I think it's also important that as members within our government, the people are the ones are at the center of it all. Really, we have to serve our people. So I think coming from the Technology Innovation Agency, understanding the needs for good governance, and also what inspires me about being here is that there's just so much energy, right? We are all dreamers. We're allowed to dream because we know the South Africa we want. And we can reflect for the past 30 years, what have we done? And not to forget what before the 30 years, what has happened. But I think the most important thing is, what does the future of this country look like? And how does science and innovation play a role in that? So I'll leave it at that, Chair. I'm very excited to be here. And I'm also very grateful that as a young female, yes, I am still young, I was highly welcomed by the portfolio committee. They were very encouraging and very supportive. So Tia appreciates that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Slalo. Oh, Slalo Pella. So CEOs, the Slalos. Okay. And one CEO.
It's done.
Okay, let's go to Sansa first.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Minister and the Portfolio Committee members. It's Patrick Ndlovu from...
Oh, they can't see.
Oh, yeah. From Chairperson of the South African National Space Agency. Thank you for the legacy report, Chair. It's actually quite eye-opening, especially for me, in terms of what has been achieved. Just on a side note, I like the Ntswalo initiative for the Portfolio Committee. I think as scientists and engineers, we are programmed to be sitting in our laboratories, mind our own business, and don't care what the public thinks about. And this has been one of the weaknesses when it comes to advocacy of science and innovation. And you bringing this type of a initiative, I hope that all the other entities actually learn from that. I think as an input into the report, there's just one aspect that I think both DSI and I noticed the DG also touched half of it. Must appreciate the Space Infrastructure Hub program. It's actually one of the great initiatives having been embarked on during this portfolio committee's period of serving. For us as SANSA, that program is basically charting a new direction for SANSA. And the amount of support we've received from both from the DSI and the portfolio committee to actually implement this program is actually quite commendable. And the only reason why I'm rising up on this is because I noticed in the report that there's still a lot of emphasis to actually get National Treasury to take up this program. I think it's also important that we must also highlight the success, because since the beginning of this current financial year, there has been great strides in ensuring that program is actually funded. In fact, my CEO can confirm that we've received close to R500,000, close to R500 million directly into the SANSA account. And this is one of the legacies that the portfolio committee as well as the DGs are living in the space sector. And let's just acknowledge that as it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Slal.
Okay.
You see, we're enriching this report of ours. You can go ahead, Mr. Chahan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wasn't going to speak, but my CEO would think I haven't done justice when I don't speak, because I think the DG has covered a lot of things that are more systemic around infrastructure, refresh and investment. But what I wanted to talk to, because all these things, investing in science and innovation, talks to limited resources that the country is facing. So we have to look at how do we leverage science and coordination to unlock resources that are already in the system. I mean, I make the point, Chair, that the biggest guzzlers of state budget is in education, healthcare, and policing. And I think if we take a view and say, what is going to be the mode for curriculum delivery over the next decade, given that we are not in the 19th century, begins to start to say the spend on higher education per child could significantly change materially. And if we take a view of that, then you start to open up spaces in existing spend areas to create investment in this forward-thinking technology innovation. But you need a plan that is well coordinated, because you cannot talk about a digital university when you haven't addressed your broadband access in the country. So because therefore it means a young person who sits in Umlazi or somewhere must be able to be in a platform where they can actually learn wherever they are. And there's a lot to be done. So until there's coordination of this, we are always going to be complaining about budget, but we know where the runaway sectors are. Oh. And for science to intervene, there has to be coordination. Same applies with healthcare, AI, big data. How do we pick the trends that begins to allow us to intervene differently in healthcare delivery, to actually externalize healthcare from doctors' room and hospitals to the communities and homes? And this is doable. So I'm saying, Chair, while science is there, coordination is key, because we have to be intentional about how do we pull health education and policing to actually leverage technology. If we don't do that, we're always going to complain about budget. It's not enough. And ultimately, science will die because it's going to be underfunded. The last part I want to make is around localization. We talk about Forex capability, but if everything on technology we consume is all imported, so we have a huge exposure. But if we drive technology and science and innovation investment, there has to be, the decadal plan talks about this, but the intentionality is what I feel is missing, because we have pockets of excellence, but there are buyers, there are innovators. How do you pull this together so that I make the point and say probably the CIO of health is probably more concerned about keeping lights on and making sure clinics and hospitals are not attacked. But he probably doesn't have the time to think about AI implementation to change the landscape. But then the science institutions have that capability. How do we pull those together? And again, a grassroots innovation where science, the fruits of science are felt by the ordinary people. So I was in Kenya last week. We went to see micro dairies there. 70% of milk in Kenya is produced by smallholder farmers who have 2 cows, women-owned dairies. We have the invert here of big aggregators and nothing. So what is the role of science and innovation to actually make sure that a small 2-cow family business can participate in the value chain? So this is technology, this is innovation that's there. We have to be very, very specific. So I thought if we talk about a forward-looking position, interpreting the decadal plan, these are the things we ought to focus on, then we make it real. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Slalo. And it's also good to know that you as the CSIR are supporting innovations in your own way, and probably would need, and which is what the sentiment of the committee. You need funds, but you need support, which you can get through coordination, so that, you know, those innovations that you are supporting, you can support at a greater scale. CEO Boko, which is our last hand.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
All
can.
right, thank you. I just have a few just to share as well from ourselves as SACNASP. We really extend our sincere appreciation to you as the chairperson and also to all the members of the portfolio committee, especially for your exemplary leadership. And I think from us as SACNAS, as we engage with you in the portfolio committee and some of the inputs that you've given us in terms of ensuring that you shape our strategy and the impact in the areas of transformation, as you rightly indicated, but also in terms of science engagement. And that is what we have done, ensuring that the 17,000 scientists that we have in our database can contribute as well in the socioeconomic fabric of our nation. But having said that, when we commemorated our 20-year celebration last year, and I think your dedication and commitment was very instrumental, ensuring that, you know, we continue to provide the services, we continue to showcase our value add in the national system of innovation, but most importantly, what is it that we are doing as a registration and a regulatory body in the country? So for us, I think as we appreciate the legacy report, and I think the way that you've put this engagement and, you know, the discussion is very key so that we can, as a collective, contribute to the development of this country. I want to say I'm a tin swallow as well, but I'm turning 50 this year. So, but I'm no longer. So we want to request, as you put together the report, the recognition of the pivotal role that SACNASP as a registration and a statutory body for the regulation of the natural scientific profession has. And I think for us, what gives us even much more impetus is the directive from the president during the SONA, as well as now the 1st of April, we are supposed to look at how we're professionalizing the public sector. So this is the role that we see ourselves playing in the space. And I think through our professional development programs, you know, science engagement, all the value add, you know, initiatives that we've put together over the years will actually help and shape the country, especially the public sector, understanding some of the key challenges that we have in terms of service delivery, and the public is complaining what is happening in that space. So we see ourselves as that regulatory body, as that statutory body or professional, you know, body that can assist the country going forward from a science perspective. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO. Starting with professionalizing me as a BSc graduate, I must go and be a professional geographer. Thank you very much to all the chairs and the one CEO that spoke. We really appreciate your inputs, and we hope you will support the DG in the issues that he's listed, which I think are very important. And I know Mr. Mudau is going to want to add a lot of stuff. I know I left a lot out, left a lot out. I'm blaming it on the framework. Had we written it ourselves in the way in which we would want to report on the work, definitely would have been shaped differently. So I'm glad we took the resolution of saying, let us add an addendum so that it reflects us. I'd like to now hand over to the DM to make his reflections. And then we're going to hand over to members to adopt the report. DM, thank you for always being available. Thank you for your time. We really have appreciated working with you for the past 5 years. There's nothing bad I can say here, really, you know. Yeah, like, we really appreciate the support that we've received through you as the executive.
Okay.
Thank you. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. How much time do I have, Chair?
You don't have time.
I don't have time. Yeah, I won't talk for long. I won't talk for long. I won't talk for long. The only person who speaks, who I speak longer than is our DG. So, but today I'm going to keep it much shorter. He was quite generous, as he told you. He's leaving in 2 weeks, so we should give him the liberty to say as much as he should and all of that. But thank you very much. I'm going to be brief, Chairperson. firstly, to acknowledge the report that the portfolio committee has presented, the legacy report. It's not only about your in fact, it's not your legacy as individuals. I think it's about you thinking of the future, thinking about the committee that will be looking at the work of government in the 7th administration and what are the key things that they need to look at. And I think it does quite a fair job on the work that the committee has done. And I hope that the committee that comes in the 7th administration will take into consideration these key issues. But I want to lift up some few points. 2019 to 2024, I think the big issues was, I think, COVID, obviously. I mean, we got into this administration carrying COVID in our shoulders. But I think what many people do not know outside of this room is the role that our Department of Science and Innovation has played. And precisely because so there's a lot of things that happened in the science and innovation space that are moving in shadows and that impacts huge things that happens out there. So they impact, it's like a domino, but the science work is a huge domino that has an impact, but it's only working in the shadows. And you only have to go to the National Space Agency, for instance, not only here, but also in Hartbeespoort, where we're hosting, satellites, GPS, and all of those technologies to realize that there's a lot of work and movement that happens in the shadows as a result of science and innovation, and that has a huge impact. I think that's the point the DG was making about when you sit in a cockpit, when you withdraw money from an ATM, and all of that. And it's things that we take for granted. Only when they're not there, we realize that somebody else is doing this. And I think the same applied with how we carried COVID, because almost every arm of the science and innovation portfolio came in, to help us throughout the pandemic. The HSRC with research, I think they did one of the most exciting social research survey actually in the period, which guided a lot of government decisions at that point. Ventilators, I think many of us didn't know what ventilators are. It was South African scientists who work on alternative, cheaper, mode, accessible, and deployed many of those in hospitals, which saved lives. But communication, because communication was one of the big challenges during COVID-19. There were applications that were developed, supported by the CSIR, which helped medical practitioners to communicate with their, patients. The CSIR actually left the nerve center DG throughout, the COVID-19, providing data. All of those people were briefing us on a daily basis, weekly basis or whenever. The CSIR was basically at the nerve, driving government interventions. And I think what was the one thing that excited me the most was, all over the world we're dependent on, production of not only diagnostic testing kits from elsewhere, but also the vaccines, and we started taking leadership in those areas. Now, these are the things that were happening in the shadows. But the phase department, the public phase departments obviously became the Department of Health and various other departments. But I think the core work was driven by science. When, in the early days, I think there was the Department of Science. Department of Science was combined with Arts and Culture. And it always baffled me, until until I got to understand that there's an important connection between science and ultimately arts and culture. Obviously science being about where everything starts with science, about exploration and how that knowledge which we discover, tends or is turned by engineering into utilities, into products that are tangible, that we can use on a day-to-day basis, converted into technologies, into consumption, but more importantly into design, and ultimately how all of this influences our behavior through arts and culture. But in most instances, because the role of science moves in the shadows, in the background, it is not seen. I mean, its impact is not seen and realized. And therefore, in many instances, we go cap in hand to beg for resources, which ultimately, and I think the point you made, can help us reduce the cost of a whole range of other services. And so what this report helps us to do is to, of course, compress what happened in the last 5 years, but very important interventions. I spoke about our role in COVID, and I think we shouldn't forget that this is the term where we launched the decadal plan. We shouldn't forget that this is the term where, albeit not to my satisfaction, and I think we share that concern, but we've gradually raised within government circles the importance of research and development as going to be the core in unlocking a whole range of other potentials. DG, you spoke about the US. We went to China and I was with some of the officials from CSIR, and we're looking at laser technology and how China is using at scale innovatively laser technology. And I asked the chaps from CSIR, but you guys always tell us we have this technology and even far more advanced than what the Chinese have. Why are we not able to do this? And I think the big issue is, where's the money for us? So we have to continue making the case of the importance of research and development and the need for resources to be invested in that. So this report helps us, and I think finally, I hope that in the 7th administration, there's one thing that the young lady from VIT said: it's doing the things. So this committee have done the things, and hopefully the committee that comes after you, Chairperson, Whip, and all the members will continue with this legacy. In my view, it has to be anchored on the lessons we've learned during COVID-19. It's not something that happened miraculously. It's investment over the years. It's institutions that have been there over the years. And secondly, taking forward the work of the decadal plan. And finally, I think hammering on the need for research and development. So on behalf of the ministry, the minister and myself, we really welcome this. And I must say it's been quite a great pleasure, working with the portfolio committee on areas around science and innovation. And I hope that the spirit will continue when we do the legacy, Honorable Litsie, the legacy report for higher education. Thank you.
I don't know if I'm looking forward to that. Yabona ngize nganenzela ingubo. Ngayoprinta. Phela yini linganqomi DG. Huh? I was like, I want to look like science. You know? If it was black and gold. But yeah, the mood is definitely lighter. Spirits are higher. You like him now? The Tinsalos also really set the mood. You guys just wrapped it up for us. You made it come full circle. You reminded us why we did the things we did for 5 years. You reminded us why on a Friday afternoon at 2. So Parliament doesn't sit really like on a Friday at 2. Like things stop. Like we can sit from 9 until 12, and yeah, well, then people just want to be on like weekend mode in their constituencies, you know. But this committee sits on a Friday, and members of this committee will make inputs on a Friday, even on virtual platform. You will never find a situation where it's just me speaking. Someone will make an input, which shows commitment, and you are a reminder of why we had to be that committed, of why we worked so hard for 5 years. You know, when you get the reports from the department, sometimes you're just like, what are they saying? Like even today, I won't lie, today, La Paya Labs, I was just like, what is French? What are they saying? You know, and so we are permanently at work at school when it comes to the Department of Science and Innovation, literally, like Honorable Mananiso always says it. And I think sometimes colleagues think she's being rhetorical. No, it's true. Every day is like school day when we're interacting with the Department of Science and Innovation. So you make it feel like it was all worth it. So thank you for that. I'm going to hand over to members to move for the adoption, which of course is inclusive of your reflections. If there's anything members would like to add, and then we will, so yeah, so we know how we do it. I'd like to note any amendments to the report. Note Honorable Mananiso. Okay. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Noting the input that would have an addendum, one would want to move for the adoption of this report as a true reflection, with one addition that for overseas trips, the department must make sure that they include the portfolio committee members, so that we do that oversight that side as well. Because we know ours has some challenges with regards to funding.
You protect oversight that side.
That side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I just wanted to make as an input as I adopt this particular report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Can I see any other amendments? Honorable Pillay?
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, mine is not an amendment, but just to appreciate the work that has been done by this committee, and in particular yourself as a chair, and the report that was presented, I think was of a very high standard. So the 7th administration really has a high standard to match. So I want to second Honorable Mananiso. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Pillay. Anyone want to third, want to fourth, want to fifth? Litia was thirding and fourthing the other day. You're fine, Moran? Okay. You're good? I know you're passionate about science and innovation. Oh, you have a bet? Okay. Gary? You're fine? Okay. You're good. Mamsby? Okay. That means the report is genuinely a true reflection of the work of the committee. So with that being said, that brings us to the end of our meeting. I want to thank you all. Yeah. I want to, no, science and innovation is a very smooth, you know, samuva. Like, yeah, we always know that we're gonna do our job and we're gonna go and work. You know, there's no talking forever. But colleagues, we have, firstly, I want to appreciate the CEO of NRF for always being supportive of our work, always available for our crazy ideas. Thank you. I don't know how to, it's, you know, when you're a person who wants to work, it's so much easier when you have people who understand that you just want to work. and you can move. Explain, you know how hard how painful it is to want to explain that you want to do something right, and then be made to feel like I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? And you get it. When it makes sense to you, you support it, and we really want to appreciate that. I want to thank all the CEOs and chairs that are present. From the CSIR, we have Dr. Tulani Dlamini, we have Mr. Jahana. Continue, you know, one of my favorite things that I speak about to young people lately is so DG said, our innovation remains startup forever. And you have a program that that is not about giving you the money to start up, but it's about helping you sustain yourself, right? Succeed and not fall through the cracks. And I think that's so important. And that's what, so I'm in a phase of like being excited about commercialization of innovation, right? Also because we went to Switzerland, we saw what young people are doing with that particular support. So really, we want to appreciate the work that you do, and that for us is a key highlight. Prof. Museta, thank you. Like all the women are just genuinely the forces, you know, they check up on you, they write you a message after a committee meeting. Thank you for your support, Chair. You're like, what support? We didn't say anything, you know, but thank you. Thank you for your support. I mean, even from before you were with the HSRC, we were interacting with you, and it's been an absolute pleasure. We want to say to the HSRC, there's a report around gender-based violence, or there's work that you're doing around GBV and gender-related matters. And we really hope that it finds its feet in really steering research-driven policy making or decision making. We really hope that it finds expression in the Department of Women, in the Department of Police. Can it be entertained by even the multi-party women's caucus, which can be very frustrating to some of us because sometimes we don't understand what they're doing there. But we really want that report to be finalized so that it can contribute to ensuring that we address the plague of gender-based violence and femicide in our society and achieve gender equity in our society. Tia, we've spoken at length about yourselves. Ms. Modise, Slalo, I don't think, you know, like you know what we want from yourselves. Sansa, I don't think I must say anything more, Mr. Mudal, Slalo. I mean, we know what we need to include. And that's why I wanted to include that trip to Paris, because I want to include it in the report, because that is where I mean, yes, I did geography, so I did a little bit of GIS, but that is where, hey, you should have seen me, DG. Je parle français. Bonjour tout le monde. Hey, Yazin, Batatega Paris, this African girl, right? And beyond, of course, softening them with this French, broken French of mine, parce que mon français c'est gâté, but I tried, right? Like, you know, in French, they say it's bad, so they say c'est gâté de gâté. It's really bad, my French right now, right? But with that broken French of mine, I swept them off their feet, but I delivered a good story about how we're using space to monitor what's happening on Earth, to, you know, observe the Earth in remote sense, so that we are able to warn people on time that yabo la awukho safe, la akumelanga nakhe, lana your crops are not going to grow, lana yabo, all those things, safety and security, you name it. A lot of things we're doing. I mean, that is where I even learned about Sumbandira. Yeah. Now I go around telling people, yeah, you know, the last satellite that we launched into space. I can speak like that now. And it's because you as a department said, go and represent us in Paris. And so I know there's a lot that we need to reflect on in terms of SANSA. SACNASP, I don't think I should add more. What you said about the directive from the president is actually very important and is what we all need to be collectively working upon. Even for me, the science engagement is important. I don't think young people, everyone knows that if you want to be a lawyer, what you must do to be recognized as a professional lawyer. If you want to be an accountant, what you must do to be recognized. I don't think young people know that to be like, mean, I thought I was a geographer when I finished, but apparently I'm not. Like I studied geography, but I'm not a geographer, right? And so I really think that if we want science and innovation and professions in science and innovation to be impactful to the solution, to the problems and solving the problems that we have, then we do need to professionalize. And so the directive from the president is clear. There's nothing more I should say. NRF, niting imali, niting imali, niting imali, niting imali. That's it. And we acknowledge that you need money. In fact, you know, for me, if students were to decide they want to toy for postgraduate funding in particular, I really would support it because it's what you're crying for. I think if you were to toy, you know, you would want to toy because it's frustrating when you look at the number of applications you receive and what you can actually do. I can only but imagine how frustrating it is for you. But that consolidating of postgraduate funding within government, that exercise we tasked you with, please, CEO, try, start somewhere. I know it might feel big, but let's at least have some database that tells us who has what funding for postgrad, so we can start centralizing that resource which we have within the national system, that resource that we have within government. ASAF, thank you very much, colleagues, for, I think Prof. Gledhill is on virtual platform, all right? And then we have an apology from Dr. Sudial. And then Dr. Tele is on the virtual platform. I think he has something to thank us for. You know, that's what I think. I think he has more to say to us. But we've also noted the legislative areas and the issues around the reviews, DG, which need to be taken up by the 7th administration. The content advisor was like, yo, Che, I want to say it like this, but I think I might not be politically correct, might be too harsh, but we really need to try and make strides in relation to the reviews that the committee has not had the opportunity to consider. I think I've acknowledged all the CEOs and chairs who are in the room. And we wish you all the best. Colleagues in the ministry, Mshengu, Steve, my sister, who else? I want to see who, I can't see who's, yeah, but everyone, the colleagues from NRF who are hosting us today. Thank you. When I arrived earlier on, probably a doctor at the top there. I once saw him at the National Science Week. That's where I saw you the first time. I think you were speaking there, if I'm not mistaken. But he was like, I'm tired. I said, why? He's like, no, this, you know, basically you are saying preparing for us was a lot of work. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for all the hard work that you may have put in. The team at the back who's dealing with, you know, the comms. Thank you so much. We are live on YouTube under Parliament's YouTube account. And it's so rare that we can successfully achieve that when we go and do, because in a case like this, we basically are not on the precinct of Parliament, so people can't see what we're doing. But through your efforts, we've managed to show people what we're doing. Because often people say, what are they doing in Parliament? They're just sitting there doing nothing. So thank you so much. Slalo Seknes, Nyakbona, Anele, the team from comms in Parliament, thank you. We look forward to our pictures. All these members like to post. So they're going to post. Oh, you've already received them? I don't have them yet, but thank you so much. Then a real huge shout out to Renee and Shanaz. Okay, let me start with Renee. Renee, thank you for always being so patient with us with our many questions. You know, sometimes when the department is briefing us, I text Renee, are they like this? Are they right? Are they, you know, because we don't want to ask stupid questions, you know, and sometimes you just need someone to reaffirm you and say, that's a good question. ask the question. So thank you very much for all your work. I know it's been difficult for you not having research support and having to be a content advisor and a researcher. And I can assure you that we've raised it on multiple occasions in our chair of chairs meetings. We've raised it at the chairs, like there's many meetings that Parliament has, and then they ask us what are the problems, and then we tell them the problems, and then, well, yeah, we're sitting here 5 years later and you don't have research support. And with all of that, you still managed to do the job, and we're so grateful for that. To Shanaz, Force of Forces. You know, Shanaz and Anele, sometimes people, I don't think even members at times know who is responsible for what, you know. But Shanaz is the secretary for the Science and Innovation portfolio. And Anele, so I'm a very ethical person. I do things by the book, okoko. But I also feel that the book is a guide, yabo? It's a guide. It's not it's a guide. And it can be reviewed and so that things happen, so that we move. You know, Anele, we're going to Switzerland for our oversight. He says, Chair, there's no flights going to Switzerland for all members. Say, what do you mean? There's not even one. No, there is one, Chair, but you can't travel alone, Chair. Hi, Anele, ndizawufika ndi-one. Nazohamba namhlanje, uKarabo nobani bazohamba like this. We'll split and we'll all get there. But what we need to do is we all need to get there. But Anele will say, the rules say we must travel as a collective. Okay, then we're never gonna get there. Like, and we need to get there. But Shanaz will understand that this one, she wants to get there. So I must think about how within the rules, within the policy, can she get there? And thank you for being that person, for always helping me, because Parliament is extremely bureaucratic. I always say, like, the executive will always outrun us. How are you holding to account someone who runs faster than you? If minister needs to go to wherever to go check up on kids who are protesting, he literally just goes. Tina, we have to ask someone who must ask someone who must ask. Well, we're never going to get there. Like, we're never going to be able to be that active as Parliament because of all these bureaucracies. And it's a frustrating space to be in as a young person, as a person who wants to be on the ground, as a person who wants to be agile. And that's why Parliament is, I don't know what we're going to do actually to make it, yeah, I think that's part of what others should think about in terms of the legacy report going to the 7th administration. But you've helped, Shanaz, for us to try and run faster and try and catch up with the executive, when really, with the way it's structured, it's almost impossible to run after them. Not that we were chasing you, DM, but we were trying to do our oversight as, we say we're an activist parliament. We were trying to be an activist parliament. And you have aided us as this committee to be an activist parliament. And probably also your background, maybe comrades, we are Caesar, so that you understand that people are just trying to do what's right. That's all we're trying to do. We weren't trying to break any law, we weren't trying to steal any money. We were just trying to make sure we represent the people of South Africa to the best of our ability, and you have supported that. And so I thank you so much. That brings us to the end of our meeting. Siyabonga.
I see the crystal raindrops fall and